y'all, and we apologize for being a bit delayed. I think the first rule of Business 101 is have good internet, okay? So my name is Jeffrey Elizabeth Copeland. I am so happy to be here today. I'm going to be the host of today's event, and we have so much good information for you folks. This is presented by Black and Brown Founders, along with our partners at M&F Bank. Let's give a round of applause to M&F Bank. We see y'all in the back as part of this Black Collective. We are so excited to share all of this valuable information with you folks today. If you see me in the back taking notes, it's because I'm trying to get in some of it myself and come up too. So what we're going to be talking about today is the tips and the tricks and the know-how to take your business to the next level. And the first speaker that we have today is the one and only Miss Lisa E. Perkins. We are so happy to have her today. Give her a round of applause. She was a broker, and she's going to give y'all the insight, the tips and tricks as to how you can use real estate to help build your portfolio. You're okay? It's fine.
Okay. 90% of all millionaires become so through owning real estate. Let's let that sink in. 90% of all millionaires become so through owning real estate. He said that more than a century ago, and that's still very relevant to us today. And what is real estate? And why do we actually invest in real estate? Well, real estate is something intangible, something you can see, something you can touch, as opposed to stocks and bonds, which are intangibles. And knowing that you have a tangible investment increases your sense of security. A big question we ask ourselves is, why should we buy, or why should we rent? When I graduated from college, renting was a perfect option for me. I had two roommates, and we shared the responsibility of splitting the bills three ways. I used that personally as a tool to save money because eventually I knew that I would want home ownership. I purchased my first home at age 28. Um, I knew that I would eventually get married, probably have children, and want a larger home and do other investments. So that was one of the reasons why I chose to invest in real estate. Um, what we need to do whenever we think about purchasing real estate or investments is we need to focus on our return on investments. We call that the ROI. And that's the money that you have left over after you make your purchase. Some people are content with renting because they say they can't afford to buy, when actually you can't afford not to buy. Um, so actually, when I had this principle and followed this principle, it afforded me to invest in other properties later on down the road. In Greensboro, if you decided you wanted to rent a property, you will pay to get a 3 bedroom, 2 bath home. You're going to probably spend about 1,200 to maybe 2,100, depending on the area that you purchase in. You could purchase something comparable and save roughly $400 to $500 per month if you decided to buy. Um, and your rent can go up yearly whenever you decide to rent a property. So if you purchase a home, then your payment stays relatively the same if you have a fixed um, program. And it may increase a little bit, but compared to rent, it's no comparison. So you need to find an opportunity to buy. And our lenders here will be able to tell you a little bit more about purchasing a home. Appreciation is another reason that we decide to invest over time. What appreciation is your property tends to go up in value. I remember maybe about a year ago, I had a client whose husband passed away, and so we were getting ready to sell her home. Well, during the process, we had a goal of selling her home in about 3 to 4 months. Well, so much was going on. It took her 6 or 7 months to sell her home. Well, during that time, we had budgeted for her home, but in 6 or 7 months, in this market, her house went up about $80,000, and that's in 6 to 7 months. So it wasn't a good time, but it ended up being a good time. So when we actually purchased the home, she was able to purchase more home, get more bang for her buck. So that's always good, especially in this market today, because we see prices are skyrocketing. So the value increases a lot, and that's what appreciation is. This brings me to my next reason why we invest, that cash flow. Now, everybody like a little positive cash flow. So investing in real estate provides you with positive cash flow. And that's, of course, the money that you have left over after you pay all of your expenses. If you have positive cash flow, you can take that money to invest in other properties in other areas. I talk to my clients often about having passive income. Now, my personal goal is to have passive income when I reach retirement age. So the goal I've set for myself is to have at least 5 properties when I retire. And the ultimate goal is to have all those properties paid for. So when I purchase properties, I try to look for properties. I try to buy them low, so that I can generate at least $500 per month right off the bat. So if you have 5 properties in 5 months, by the time you retire, that's $2,500. But your ultimate goal should be to have those paid off, so that your expenses will be only $500, and then that way that's $1,000 a month. So whenever you're trying to purchase property, make sure that you do your research and know the price points, so that you can have money left over to have that positive cash flow. And I'm an accountant also, so one of the biggest reasons that we do invest today too is because of the tax benefits. Okay, so hopefully all of you have a good accountant, someone who can know a little bit about the real estate market, so that you can have those tax benefits whenever you invest. One difference in investing in your personal residence and then your bigger properties is that your insurance is not deductible whenever you have your personal residence, unless you are self-employed and you have a Schedule C, you file your income on Schedule C, then you can take business use of your home. But if you buy a commercial property or other properties, you will be able to write off the insurance. But on both things, you can write off your mortgage interest. And if you do home improvements, there's a few that they still allow you to take into consideration. But if you buy an investment property, you'll be able to to depreciate all of those assets. So that's the reason why we invest. I'm still on the same one. Okay. Now, residential real estate is where I normally specialize in, but I have looked at other types of investments. Commercial real estate is a great investment also. A great advantage of commercial real estate is rent is not controlled by the market. This means that if you have a building and you have 10 or 15, depending on the size of your building, you can tailor make your rent to that particular client. Whenever you do investment real estate, you are allowed to charge by the square footage and based on what that person needs. So you may have one client that you're charging $1,200. You may have another one that you charging $2,000. So you don't have to market yourself where everybody pays the same rent. And if you own the building, another good point is that you don't have to upfit it. You can rent it and they'll have to upfit it. So that actually saves you money because you don't have to upfit it for them. And then they pay their own utilities most of the time if you have it set up where the utilities are controlled like that. So that's an advantage for you. And if you purchase in the right type areas, you don't have to worry about a lot of turnover. But that can be a negative too if you haven't secured enough tenants to carry you over to, have to have a positive cash flow. So you want to make sure that you research before you try to buy a commercial property. Some people buy apartment buildings. That's another alternative where you can invest and have a steady income. And that's a way also to diversify your portfolio. Usually, if you have an apartment building, you can have an on site property manager to help you do your day to day operations. So that frees you up to do other things. Most of the property managers will secure tenants for you, and they stay on top of your rent payments and help you keep up with your management. That requires a pretty large investment, but it can be quite profitable. So some investors form partnerships to help defray the costs. So I actually have a partnership. I have two like-minded people. So what we did is, we looked at what we want to purchase, and then what we do is we initially we put money up, equal shares, and so that makes it easy whenever we want to purchase property. You don't have but so much involved in that. And then we decide that we take dividends at the end of the year. So I write everybody a check at the end of the year, but we're always making sure we have enough money set aside in there so that if we want to purchase something else, so we don't have to spend all of our money. So you find like-minded people. Your partnership is at least two people, can be 3, 4, or 5, and that kind of keeps your cost low. And one of the ways that you actually can try to have money to invest is, you may take money out of a 401k or something like that, to have extra money to invest. RITs, that's a real estate investment trust. Now that's a beginner-friendly way to invest in apartments or commercial real estate. A RIT, that is a company that owns or operates income-generating real estate. One thing about the RITs is, by law, they are required to pay out about 90% of the annual taxable income back to the shareholders, or the people like you. They trade publicly, so you can actually purchase shares through online stockbrokers. A lot of them invest in residential real estate, apartment complexes, and multifamily homes. So you're getting a little piece of the pie, but you're just putting your money in, and you don't have to, manage it. So that's a great way. And you can get into risks a lot of times with around about $5,000 is probably a good amount to invest in something like that. But if you stick with publicly traded risk, liquidity isn't as high as a concern as you do private risk. But so that's something to consider also. And a lot of times they have portfolios, so you can kind of figure out, do I want to do this one? Do I want to do that one? So that's something to consider if you don't have all the money to invest big in like a big apartment or commercial real estate. Airbnb is another type of investment. I have several clients who choose to do this because they don't actually want to purchase the property. Now, some people do actually purchase properties to rent, but I had two young clients. They wanted to purchase an Airbnb, but they didn't want to spend all their money. So what they did was they actually went to a ski resort and they rented an apartment. And so what happened was the apartment complex allowed them to pay the rent each month. So what they did, they of course they had to buy their furnishings. They purchased their furnishings, and whenever people like to ski, they'll spend $250, $300 a night to ski. So what they ended up doing is making a lot of money. And I think the rent was maybe $1,100, $1,200. You charging $250 a night for people to come for a week. So you can easily make 3 or 4 times whatever you have invested in that if you decide to do something like that. With the Airbnbs, though, if you're not on site, you definitely have to make sure that you have a management company or somebody who can clean your properties and have them available and ready for the next tenant. So that's another way that you can do that. I'm not real good with this clickers because I done went through all of those. Okay. How do we prepare to invest in real estate? One of the biggest things you need to think about is your long and your short term goals. I suggest writing out a plan and putting it on paper so that you can see where you're going, and this will help you stay on task. So, what you do is, I've been a planner ever since I've been about 22 years old. What I do is I write down where I want to see myself in 10 years, and then I break those down in segments. Where do I want to see myself in 5 years, 3 years, 1 year? And that helps me stay focused. And sometimes when I look back on there, I say, okay, I'm on track. I'm not on track. But I have reached all of my goals by staying on task. One of the important tools for doing this is to set up your budget. In order to invest in real estate, you would need a budget. This entails looking at your current situation and keeping track of all of your expenses. When doing a budget, you do need to include things like entertainment. Should be included. You may choose to have a roommate, like I did, in order to save money to help me reach my goal. I have been budgets for myself and for my clients for numerous years, and I have a lot of clients who have doctors that I've done budgets for to help them save money toward purchasing real estate or most of it for purchasing residential properties. So a budget is a good thing, and I actually do budgets for people. I've been doing that for many years. You have to have a solid plan to build your capital, so that's why budget is helping. Helps. And also, I mentioned also to you about using your 401k plan. I tell my young people, especially, max it out. If your company matches 5%, you gotta do at least 10%. If you're self-employed, I say you put at least 15% in your SEP plan and watch it grow. The market is volatile at times, but over the long haul, you'll have plenty of money if you just max that out. I talked to my son about it, and he, young people are a little different. He thinks 3 or 4% is good, but if you can do 10, do 10. Do 10. But I mean, you can't afford not to do 10, especially whenever you're young. And one of my main mottos is pay myself first. Okay. We do realize that 10% is not ours. 10% is the Lord. So after you pay the Lord his 10%, pay yourself 10%. And that gives you security for later on in life. So you got to pay the Lord first and then pay yourself next, and make sure that you purchase things to be able to make sure that you can do something like that. And the last thing, I'm trying to make sure I stay on time. Okay. Read. I study different markets. Attend seminars such as this to get yourself familiar with what you want to do. Don't jump out there and waste your money. Find what I consider like-minded people. Talk to enough people to make sure that you have their goals mirror yours, so that you won't have any problems whenever you're starting your business. Thank you guys for listening. I think I stayed on time, and yeah, okay. Mhm, mhm, mhm. Yes, you should do at least 10%. Because whenever you get ready to retire, you don't want to be broke. You want to be able to enjoy your life. So I encourage all of my clients to do. If your company do 5, you do 5, because it's free money. Whatever the maximum that your company does, you 10% to me is for people that work. But if you're self-employed, I say 15% because you have to do a little bit more for yourself.
Can you hold like at your mic? So everybody can hear you and they can hear you. No, it's okay. I need some exercise. Here you go.
My second question is, can you write off your home office? Is that what you're saying, Lisa?
Yes, it used to be that they changed laws so much. It used to be if you were a W-2 employee, which that means you work for someone else, you could write off business expenses on a form 2106. That's a real estate term, but they've changed that. So now the only way that you can write off your home office is if you are self-employed and you issue yourself your taxes are done on a Schedule C. So you can write off that way. That's the only way. And what you do is they take the dimensions of your room that you use for your office as it relates to the square footage of your house, and there's a percentage that you can write off. And even with that, you can include if you have your house painted, you can include repairs. So you get to write off a percentage of your repairs too, and your insurance, your homeowner's insurance, if you're doing business use of your home.
Perfect. Let's give it up for Miss Lisa Perkins. She did that. Oh my goodness. I wasn't aware you could make that much money off of an Airbnb. I'm about to put Dr. Nan's house up, a country quaint home. Y'all better watch out. Okay, so I'm just going to move this right along. We're going to have Mr. John Newman come up. And who in here likes money? Raise your hand if you like money and want more of it. Yes. He's going to be teaching us the money principles for success and the basics. So we're going to go ahead and get him all up and ready to go. So let's go ahead.
I wanted to give you guys a heads up about Airbnbs right now, because a lot of local municipalities are trying to put laws against Airbnbs. So I'm a realtor by trade.
You want to see your beautiful face on the camera. There we go.
Okay, so I'm a realtor by trade, so I'm involved locally and on the state level. So there's actually a couple of bills on the state level that will prevent local cities from making laws against Airbnbs. So just be careful if you are getting ready to purchase an Airbnb. Make sure your local municipality has not passed a law against it. So I just want to give you guys a heads up about that. All right, Lisa, keep me on track. All right. First of all, I just like to thank the Brown and Black founders for giving me an opportunity to share today. And I'm actually very excited to be here today. I mean, this is how we grow as businesses. Okay, it's how we grow. So, but before we get started, I want to ask everyone in here, can I be perfectly honest with you as we talk about money? Can we be honest? Okay, because I'm going to share some things that, it may not necessarily be politically correct, but it's what really happens in the business world. I have 3 kids, and first of all, let me say this. I have 2 of my great sister-in-laws here, Miss Lisa Perkins and Miss Gwendolyn Smith in the background. So I am blessed to have them as family members, and I'm excited that they're here today. And I have my children, and my children, they always tell me these things about what they read online or what someone told them. But the best education on anything is from experience, okay? So we talk about money today. We're going to be talking about some personal experiences, some failures that I've had, some failures that I've seen. So we're going to be honest and upfront about everything, okay? And I am definitely long-winded, like most pastors, especially some in the back right corner, but I'm not saying no names. But we're going to give you some good information, and can be a little challenged with technology at times, so we're going to keep it moving. So our basic presentation today is going to be about basic money principles, building a plan, and executing that plan. So we're going to talk about why the businesses fail, okay? Why, the businesses fails. And I did a lot of research on this, and my father had his own business. He was a head of construction business. So many days I saw him and my mom counting the money. I seen him on the phone at night. And as I got older, I said, how in the world was he able to do all that work? That's just a lot of work, So, insufficient money to start the company, lack of management skills. They chose the wrong business and inadequate marketing team. Okay, these are basically some of the things that causes companies to fail. And I think a lot of times, and I'm gonna use my kids as the guinea pigs and Lisa's kids as well, is these kids have a lot of great ideas, have a lot of energy, and it's great, okay? But a lot of times, to be real about it, you need money to start a business. But even before money, you need a plan. And Lisa is great about budgeting and those type of things, but you absolutely have to have a plan. And you have to have it in writing. So we're going to talk about these issues right here. Okay, so money. Everybody's excited. They want to start a business. They're passionate. They want to start baking cakes. They want to do car detailing. They want to do podcasts. I've heard all of it, okay? But bottom line, you got to go back to the fundamentals, okay? You have to have a budget. You have to understand what you're working with and where you want to go. You have to have a plan. You need to know how much it's going to cost to have your business. And even if you have a business now, one of the things that I'm learning more and more is you have to know your numbers. Regardless of what business you're in, you need to know your numbers. And this is something that I struggled with in my business for a long time. I just wanted to sell real estate. That's all I wanted to do. And then over time, you wind up in financial trouble. Okay. So I want to encourage you guys to, make sure you have a budget, you follow a budget, you know the details of the costs, and you have to have a salary for yourself. Okay. Now, starting a business, this is something that I never thought about for years. I'm in real estate, so 1 month you make $20,000, the next month you make nothing. The next month you make $3,000. And it's a lot with a lot of other businesses, okay? So finally, I learned that, hey, I'm going to pay myself this amount of money every month. If I make no money or I make $20,000, it's not going to matter because I already budgeted how much I'm going to pay myself that next month. So I already know, okay? And I also encourage you to talk to other people who are doing a similar business. Now, this may be contradictory to a lot of other people, but they say, well, this is your competition. A good business owner, I don't look at Lisa as competition in real estate. I look at Lisa as an asset because she's going to have listings that I have buyers that want to sell and vice versa. So whatever business you're in, it's great to collaborate with other people. Like Lisa said, like-minded people. Now, you're always going to have people that look at you as competition, and that's fine. But when you're starting in any particular field, go to people who are doing it. In my office in real estate, it's about 135 agents. And we have probably 5 agents in office that probably make close to $1 million a year. And I talk to them all the time. I have no problem. They have no problem. We share ideas. We go drink coffee in the morning or whatever and share ideas. So don't be afraid to share ideas. Don't look at people as competition. Look at people as a bridge or, you can learn things from everybody, even in your same field. Money is a tool. It's a tool. And as Lisa said earlier, and as I've heard my pastor say, it's not your money anyway. It's all the Lord's. I'm just being honest. That's what we look at. So money is a tool. So the question is, how are you going to use that money? How are you going to use it? Now, again, talking about myself personally and mistakes that I made. Hey, when money came in, my spending habits went up. When money went away, then my spending habits went away. So we have to learn to go back to the basics, have a budget, have a plan. Now, I don't care if you've been in business for 30 years. If you want to stay in business another 30 years, Got to stick to the basics. It's a mindset thing when it comes to money. It's a mindset. Money is a tool. And you can use that money for different things. Okay. Now we have the bankers in the back. They laugh and they look at me smiling because they know this is true. They understand. That's why banks and insurance companies have the largest buildings in every city. They use money as a tool. Okay. But as entrepreneurs and individual business owners, we had our mindset, it hadn't quite been like that. Again, I'm going to go back and use my kids as guinea pigs. I have a son that plays college basketball. And right now they get this NIL money, get extra money. So when he get extra money, he wants to buy an extra pair of Jordans, which he already has hundreds of shoes already. And I'm saying, John, why are you giving more money to Michael Jordan? He's a billionaire already. I said, save that money, invest that money, and have that money working for you. And he does that. He's doing that more. Now, when I was 20-something years old, I didn't have that information. I didn't have that mindset. So share that with your kids and other people. But money is a tool. Okay, money one-on-one. Now, here's something that when I was putting this presentation together, I was like, well, I don't need to put this because people should already know this. But guess what? They don't. When you're opening your own separate a business, you need to have a separate bank account from your personal use. Separate. Totally separate. Okay? And I'm going to give you another hint. Now, this is being really real for everyone in here. You need to have a separate account for your taxes. Okay? Because most of us get in tax trouble at one point or another. And I'm honest, I have been. But now, when that money comes into that main account, okay, I have an account that I put it, the money goes to where I'm going to pay myself. I have another account that's a certain percentage of whatever I make going toward that tax account. So when I make that monthly draft, my taxes, it's coming out of that account. Okay. So have separate bank accounts, and I'm going to say this, some of us are more disciplined than others. Okay. And it's okay. And it's not one way to do it. So whatever works for you, you do it. But I want the mindset again too. When you get money, all that money is not yours. Just keep that in mind. And again, I'm talking to myself. So when you get your check, have different accounts that you're saving for. Okay. Another thing that I talk about is if you're going to start a business, have 3 to 6 months of expenses before you start that business. Now, I hear a lot of times and I watch a lot of YouTube about people starting businesses, and a lot of people, they just start the business and they now they've been millionaires and they talk about how they just started and didn't have anything. That might work for a few people. But in general, you need to have a plan. You need to have a before you start the business. Now, a lot of times, people go out on faith, and I believe in faith too. But I also believe in having a plan. And so, again, I have a middle daughter, who's like her Aunt Lisa over here. She likes to travel and likes to she's a free spirit. And she has a lot of great ideas about this. But mom and dad say, hey, that's fine if you want to do that. But you need to get a job and get that money, and you use the money from your job to finance your dreams. Now, again, these are money one-on-one. These are things that keep you out of trouble. Now, I'm not going to discourage anyone from doing their business the way they want to, but at the same time, if you have this race of starting a new business, hey, keep your business you're doing now and use the profits from that business to help fund the next business. Okay? And this is another paramount keep great practice. Okay, now I'm talking to myself. I hate paper. I hate keep practice. I hate it. But our friends in the back right there, who at one point or another, you're gonna want them on a loan, secure some money. And if you don't have good records, they're not going to give you anything. And so what I would say with that is the bank is going to look at your cash flow. They're going to look at your record. How much money you bring in, how much you spend, how much you save. That's just the basic one. Okay. And if you're not doing money or record, that's okay. Hire someone who's up. One of the best things I've done is, I have a bookkeeper every month. It takes my, keep my money basic, ahead of the time and do a quarterly swap the loss. So if you're not doing this for your current business, I would encourage you to do it. And then here's the reason I didn't do it for years. Well, it costs money. I don't want to spend that extra $1,500 to $2,500 a year on record. You're gonna pay more than that in IRS taxes and penalties. Trust me, I'm talking from experience here. So be a really great record. Like a management skills. Okay, so now this is when we pull the cover off the bed. Most of us, we may be passionate about whatever we do, but that doesn't make us a good manager. It doesn't. So take some classes on management, read some books on management. And if you don't have time, find someone who can manage. Okay? So just be honest with yourself and realize what category you're in. Failing to plan is planning to fail. I know everybody heard this before, but have we all applied it to our business? How many of us take time to plan for the next year? How many of us really take time to think about our business? Okay. One of the things that I've learned from other real estate agents that are making as many $2,000 a year is they do have great networks of people that get referrals, but they do have a plan, and they do plan. They take a lot of time planning their business. Okay. So if you have a family, have a lot of stuff going on, it's okay to take a weekend and go somewhere and just plan for a couple of days. Think about your business. Sometimes you got to work on your business. Let's take working in our business, but take time to work on your business. A lot of times people choose their own business. I like to fish. Okay, I like to fish. I like the beach. But because I like to fish, that don't mean I'm a good fisherman. And so just because you necessarily like something, that doesn't mean you're good at it. Okay, so you have to understand that. But I do think you have to choose a business that you have a passion about. Like I love real estate. I love it. And my why to real estate is different from a lot of people. I want to be the best realtor that I can be to help my clients. So I'm passionate about real estate because I know real estate changes the family dynamics. I know that have children being able to come home to a stable environment makes a difference. I know that. And I'm passionate about families. Okay. Do you have a knowledge base about that business? Do you really know that business? Okay. Is there a need for that business? Just because you want to do it, is there a need for it? And are there resources available to support your business? So these are some things you have to think about, and some things that people have not thought about when they went into business. And now, as far as a poor marketing team, now this is, a little bit, it changes because I'm amazed at social media. Can I tell y'all a secret? I'm serious. This cannot leave this room. When I look on YouTube at other realtors in my area, on YouTube, they look like great realtors, but I know they're terrible. So social media, just like those filters they make you look a lot better than you are. So technology is awesome, you know, and if you're not willing to use the current, you know, vehicles to market your business, you may have a great product, but if you don't market it properly, and if you don't market it to the right audience, you'll be out of business. Okay. It is, you know, again, I'm just being honest. It's realtors in our market that I would not buy a cup of water from. But if you look at them on social media, you would think they really great realtors. You know, it's just, it amazes me when it comes to marketing, how marketing can make a difference in your business. Okay. Some readings. How am I on time? Oh, wow. Okay. All right. So a friend of mine some years ago suggested that I read this book called The Richest Man in Babylon. Has anybody ever read that book? It's a very simple book, right? And he told me to read it, and I didn't read it for about 3 years. Okay. Now let me tell you where about myself. Now, this man that I'm talking about, we went to high school together. Okay. We went to high school together, and he retired at 35 years old. Okay. I'm struggling. This man retired. He asked me to do something, and guess what? I didn't do it. And that makes no sense, does it? It makes absolutely no sense. So I finally got the book, and I actually went to the used bookstore and got it. Paid like $3 for it. Book totally changed my thinking. It's called The Richest Man in Babylon. I highly suggest you get it and read it. It's a simple read. You can probably read it. Some of you guys can probably read it in a day. It took me about a week, but it's okay. I did read it. So another book is Think and Grow Rich, A Black Choice with Dennis Kimbrough. It's a Napoleon Hill book. Great book. Some of you guys probably have read that book. And then I also suggest, you know, go to YouTube. Go to YouTube. It's a lot of great information on YouTube. You can really learn a lot of things. But I want to go back to that book, The Richest Man in Babylon. Now, this same book that I didn't read for 3 years, so I bought like 3 extra copies and gave it to my kids, right, for Christmas one year. And none of them ain't read it yet. They ain't read it yet. But they still calling me for money. So I said, have you read the book yet? Nah, but my middle child, like our Aunt Lisa, right here, likes to travel. She like, well, Dad, that's an old book. I don't want to read the book. I said, Hunter, read the book. I said, the man who told me to read the book retired at 35. He retired at 35. So if we have any sense at all, we should listen to that man. And this is who I still talk to today. He told me to read. Now I read the book. I'm glad I read the book. Get the book. It's an easy read. Okay. All right. So I don't know if anybody have any questions, anything, but I'll tell you a little bit. Again, my name is John Newman. I'm a real estate broker. And like Lisa, we've been in the business since I was licensed in 1988. I do have my own business as well as I work with a larger company as well. I do a little bit of property management, but mainly I do residential sales. And as I said before, I absolutely love it. I love real estate. My why is this. And y'all don't laugh at me, but I'm gonna be honest with you. I want to be able to sell your aunts, your moms, your family members a property, but I want to be able to give them the same service as if they were buying a $2 million house. I want them to have the same knowledge level from that agent as the same agent that's selling $1 million houses. So my motivation is when my agents in my office say, John, you work with all these little old ladies all the time. I love them because you know why? They'll do exactly what you ask them to do. They won't be like my kids, don't have no money, don't have a job, and won't listen. but they'll listen. So I encourage you guys, whatever business you're involved with, have your passion about it. Keep on top of whatever that learning curve, like in real estate. And I was sharing with the Airbnb information with you. So like Lisa and I call Lisa just about every day to ask her about something in real estate. She called me about information because we want to stay on top of things for our clients. So that's the end of my presentation. I pray that everyone has been able to learn something. My social media, you can just go John Newman Team at allentate.com, and you can get me on Facebook, Instagram. I'm even on LinkedIn. So if anything I can help you guys with real estate, feel free to ask me or feel free to reach out. And I look forward to talking to the bankers in the back because I want to see if I can get some more money here from y'all. But I already do have an account with you guys. I do have this account. I got like $3 in the bank with y'all. So, all right. Any questions, anything?
We have it after our first speakers, but we actually have about 10 more minutes left on this presentation. So if anybody has any questions, now is a great time.
I know, I do know John, but I'm curious because we actually worked for the same company when we first started. But I know in your presentation you said that most people should save 3 to 6 months whenever you get started in your business, and I think you should have at least a year's amounts to save. But how long did you have that practice? I know we know more now because we've been in it, but when you first started, was that one of your goals to have 3 to 6 months saved up? And how long did you realize after you started your being self-employed that you had made the right decision as far as the money is concerned?
Okay, well, honestly, it took a long time to realize, to really start separating money and to understand that just because you had a great month, that don't mean you need to spend all your money. So it took time to build up to, like I said, a year. So now we call it rainy day fund or whatever you want to call it is a year. So that's money that's liquid. We don't necessarily invest that money. We have it where we can get it, and it's a year worth of expenses. Now, some people might say, well, John, you could put that money and invest that money, and you could, but investing is a gamble. You could lose all your money. So we are now a year worth of expenses, as far as any of the business expenses. So we do that now. But honestly, it took a while to do that. So we built up to 3 months, 6 months, and we're a year now. Yes.
Airbnb.
With Airbnb?
Airbnb, yeah.
Yes. Okay. What I was saying earlier, a lot of the cities, well, what's happening, especially in a lot of people, does anybody live in an HOA community? What has an HOA? Okay. All right. So there are special communities, the HOA people. They're special. Okay. So you have a president of an HOA. And let's just say, what's your name again? I'm going to pick on Cheryl, y'all. So Cheryl likes to have parties at her Airbnb. Okay. Pastor Vince over there is working on his sermon on Saturday nights. But Cheryl likes to have parties in her Airbnb. So while you're partying for your Airbnb, Pastor Vince cannot do his sermon. So Pastor Vince, he's president of HOA. So he gets everybody together and say, hey, we're going to do something about this. So they get together and they say, we're going to make a rule that if you have rental property, okay, and you don't live in the property, you cannot rent it out for what we call short-term rentals. Short-term rentals is something, I think, less than 30 days or less than 60 days is considered short-term. And with short-term rentals, the HOAs get together and they put it in the bylaws and they pass it for the bylaws. Now, this is happening in a lot of cities. But see, then the bad guys, us realtors, see, we believe in private property rights. So we believe if you buy property, you should be able to use it to the way you're supposed to. Now, at the same time, if your noise level is high it's already local rules for that. So past events need to call police so that your partying can simmer down. You can still have people over, but you need to be at a certain level. So what's happening is a lot of HOAs are making laws within their HOA against short-term rentals, which, is, we believe in private property rights as an association. So as long as you're, doing the right thing and not causing any disturbance to the next person, we don't believe that past events should be able to just make a law limiting what you can do with your own property. And this is real. This is happening right now. This is, our legislators are voting on these issues right now. So this is something to think about, especially when you're looking at buying investment property. Okay. Or if you're ready to retire, you're moving into a HOA community, make sure you read the bylaws because a lot of things are changing. And see, the problem with past events in HOA back there is it's fair housing laws. See, when you start messing with fair housing laws, then the federal government gets involved. And when the federal government gets involved, people are going to start paying some money. So just be careful, even if you own rental property. Fair housing laws are very important, and you need to be up to date with those things.
Okay, are there any more questions for Mr. Newman? Okay, well, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Yes. Take this and this. Thank you. It's funny you said something about not giving Michael Jordan any more money. We're going to tweet that out on the account for all of our young folks because we don't want to give him any more money unless it's for the Retro Sevens. Okay, so
We actually have a break coming up at 10:30, so if you want to take a pause, maybe, step outside, we have a survey that we're going to be passing around. If you want to take a look at that, we will be coming back at 10:45 with a lot of good information. And while you are on your break, we'd like to also thank our lovely sponsors again, M&F Bank, as well as the Black Squirrel Collective. Go ahead and join us on social media. Scan that QR code if you want to check out our Twitter or our LinkedIn. Tweet about us if you're having a good time, if you're learning something new. And remember to hashtag Chroma Carolina at BB Founders. We will be back at 10:45. Again, my name is Jeffrey Elizabeth Copeland, and I'm so excited to be here today at the first ever Chroma Carolina. We jumped in this morning, but I just wanted to introduce what Black and Brown Founders is. It is a company that is focused on advancing financial opportunities for African American and Latinx folks. And that is exactly what we're going to be doing here today. And I'm so excited to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Randolph Keaton. And he's going to be talking to us about agribusiness and advancing economies in rural communities. So I will let him take it away.
Dr. Nan has been someone who is very instrumental in our communities where we're from. I'm from Eastern North Carolina. Reside in Columbus County and do a lot of work in these different areas. I really don't know the makeup of my audience, but I know some very friendly faces in the audience that I do know as well. So I see the Campbell girls. Watching y'all play ball with my niece Demaya was awesome. And Miss Cheryl and Brother Frank and some of the other familiar faces. So I feel like I'm at home right now getting ready to speak to you about something that I know something about. So I don't know a lot about banking and investments and real estate. I'm a nonprofit director for a community-based nonprofit located in Delco, North Carolina. You guys saw my bio, right? So I'm a farmer. I come from the farm. I do a lot of different things, but I think farming has prepared me for where I am today, to take on a lot of the challenges that we might face in our more rural, marginalized communities, what they call them. So I'm looking at this thing from more of what I can use best to describe how I've used what I've learned from my people. Some of the most dedicated people I know are farmers. So I come from that place. So if you guys will bear with me, I need to tell a story first. and it mentioned something, my story, right? So I get to tell my own story. So I got the mic, and I hope I won't be before you guys long. I just want to get to some point, but I want you to think about, in the context of generational wealth, right? Wealth, creating wealth, sustaining wealth. And I'd also like for you guys to think about relationships. Oftentimes we take relationships for granted. So, my prepared remarks, then there's a PowerPoint, and thank you, Jackie, for making me move. I didn't actually do the PowerPoint, so thank you, Jackie, and team. So let me start. I just like to start here. I needed this podium, by the way. Okay. Well, again, my name is Randolph Keaton, and I am the executive director of an organization called Men and Women United for Youth and Families. We're a small community-based nonprofit located in Delco, North Carolina. Okay, I was born and raised on a small family farm in Columbus County. My parents were Willie Buck Keaton and Mildred Wally Keaton. I am one of 12 kids. My dad, Buck, worked in the woods cutting pulpwood. He was a construction laborer, and he labored long and hard at a local chemical plant called Kaiser Chemicals. Our mom, Wally, was a stay-at-home mom who ran the household and the family farm. There on the farm, we learned to worship, how to work, how to play, and how to appreciate the value of relationships. Remember that word, relationships. Although we didn't have an abundance of material wealth, we had what we needed. One of my fondest memories was the purchase of our first home through the FHA program when I was a teenager in the early 70s. As a kid growing up without indoor plumbing, a bathroom, heat or air conditioning, this was a big deal to us and to our parents. So in the fall of 1979, I enrolled at North Carolina A&T State University in Greensboro. For a kid who had just left home for the first time, it was quite an adjustment and a real culture shock for me. To say I was unprepared was an understatement. As a first-generation college student, I quickly realized that I was unprepared for the emotional, academic, and social rigors of college. Some days I wanted to quit, to just go home and find a job. I think the only thing that kept me from quitting was the fear of failure, and not necessarily my failure, but me failing my family. I understood the sacrifice that my family made for me to get into college. So in my junior year, I came in with the attitude that I was going to graduate from college. I relied more on my faith. I worked harder and built important relationships. Again, relationships. One relationship story stands out to me and involved a class where the professor asked me where I was from and who my people were. After I answered, he proceeded to tell me that he was a classmate of my oldest sister, Frida. I learned that he was an attorney who was born and raised in the community that I came from. Needless to say, I got an A in the class. Not because he gave me a break, though, but because he knew who my people were. It was what I was taught, that your name is important. So with much pride, I was able to graduate in the spring of 1984 with a BA in political science, right? So after graduation, I returned to Columbus County. I was eager and happy. I interviewed for several jobs, but never quite landed the job that I was passionate about. I worked several low-wage jobs with a college degree. My plan was to enroll in the master's program of social work at North Carolina A&T, but I realized upon applying that this was an impossibility. I went to Plan B, which was to enlist in the United States Air Force. There, I could go to school, have it paid for as an enlisted service member. So in 1985, I enlisted and left home for the second time, headed to San Antonio, Texas. In the U.S. Air Force, I found this challenging to me, but more in a positive way. It forced me to be a leader, to lead others. I benefited from the structure and support that the Air Force offered. It helped me to practice discipline. I was able to complete my master's in human resource development in 1988 before being honorably discharged as a sergeant in 1989. So from there, I had my first entry-level job at New Hanover County Department of Social Services as an income maintenance case worker. Then on as a foster care adoptions worker. Then on to Columbus County Mental Health as a case manager, where I work with chronically mentally ill and substance abusing adults. In 1999, I landed a job with the Wilmington Housing Authority as Chief of Community and Supportive Services. I worked with public housing residents on achieving self-sufficiency goals, as well as working toward home ownership. I really fell in love with this job because of the relationships I built with the residents, their families, and the collective community partners involved in this work. Yes, I had found the job I was passionate about. I thought I was on the road to retirement, but sometimes when an organization experiences a change in leadership, program priorities can change, right? In 2008, the Wilmington Housing Authority decided that the resident-centered programs that I operated under were to be downsized. This caused my department to be eliminated. Instead of taking a pay cut, I decided to move on. I met with Dr. Devoria Berry, a mental health provider and CEO of Community Disorder Agency in Delco. She was working with a small nonprofit whose mission was providing scholarships to graduating high school students in Columbus County. This organization, Men and Women United for Youth and Families, needed a director to grow the mission and vision of the organization. So I agreed to come on to lead the small community-based organization. That was in 2008. And I guess the rest for me is history. We started without a board, without a budget, and 1.5 staff, which included me and a worker that was provided by one of our local workforce development programs. So we began partnering with Council of Governments to create a space where community members could access internet services and be connected to other community-based resources. Having worked in New Hanover County, I knew the abundance of resources there. With that experience, it helped me to understand the levels of disparities our page out of order here. Okay, our rural and urban communities have. All right. So to bridge the gap, due to lack of resources, men and women formed key partnerships and went on about establishing a hub that provided after-school programming, summer enrichment programs, youth programs, and food distribution. The hub also provided a place to assist with completing employment applications and resumes. We didn't know it at the time, but we were developing our holistic program to serving the entire family. It seemed somewhat simplistic to help mothers provide food to their hungry children or address housing needs before developing a plan for their family success. By setting up GED classes, computer classes, and workforce development programming in our communities, we saw an overwhelmingly increase in participation rates of over 50%. Now, if you are familiar with North Carolina health rankings, you would know that Bladen and Columbus counties typically ranked at the top of the poorest health outcomes in all 100 counties. So the work and commitment from some of our funders and partners like Kate B. Reynolds Foundation Charitable Trust through a program called Healthy Places NC has helped our region to address health disparities in a meaningful, targeted, and intentional way. Providing funding, technical assistance, board training, strategic planning, and advocacy has been pivotal as we move the needle toward a more fair and equitable system of health outcomes for our region. So personally, I have benefited greatly from the relationships our partners have. I've had with our partners over the years. Currently, I serve on several key boards and committees across the state, including the North Carolina Rural Center, the Food Bank of Central and Eastern North Carolina, the Columbus County Community Foundation, the North Carolina Garden Partners at North Carolina A&T, as well as their Strategic Planning Council. I have been awarded the Rural Leader of the Year, elected as a town councilman for the town of Sandyfield, graduated from the Rural Economic Development Institute and from Leadership NC. Also, our organization has experienced significant growth and a reputation throughout the state because of the relationships, funding opportunities, networking opportunities, and name recognition has increased due to our work with our funders. Our youth have a greater sense of purpose because folks around the state know the great work of our youth ambassadors in the areas of environmental, social, and economic justice. We are also designated as a health serving organization, and we'll go over these slides in a second, what that means. Under the Healthy Opportunities Pilot Project, which legitimizes our work as an organization that can provide evidence-based programming in the areas of housing, transportation, food, and interpersonal violence case management. So for the first time, we have been able to reward our 12 staff with full-time employment and benefits. We credit the growth to our staff and the support from our key partners such as Community Support Agency, Kate Reynolds Foundation, and also a little funder known as Resource for Communities. So now I don't want to put a damper in all this good stuff that I've been reading, right? But still, it does not hamper the fact that there's still much work to be done around creating a fair and equitable space for community-based organizations to thrive. Being at the table does not necessarily mean that things have changed. Although I'm an elected official serving on several statewide boards, it has not prevented us from having to jump through hoops to obtain a $300,000 USDA loan to purchase our facility, which serves as the community-based resiliency hub. This hub serves as a tangible place which belongs to the community. It provides hope and confirms that we are making progress. So I don't know how many grassroots folks are in the room. What I'm really trying to do is make a correlation between relationships and some other things that I will share. How much time do I have? Oh, wow. Okay. I won't be here much longer. So as leaders, right? So you may ask yourself, what do community leaders need, right? So community leaders need access to capital. Money is not the answer, but it sure helps. Technical assistance beyond just funding. Having an expert available to a community-based nonprofit to assist with developing a strategic plan in board development, fundraising, and social media and website development is critical. And this is just not for nonprofit organizations. It's any successful business, you have to have these things. So you also need a way to be introduced to funders. That's a lot of the networking that goes along with this work. You also need assistance with succession planning. We need to help in grooming our next leaders and developing a plan for key leadership, staff, and board members to transition from organization so there is no disruption in programming. And it's so great to see these young people here because I think with any successful community, you have to have the young people in the room and have them excited and engaged and knowing that they are making a difference. So, all right. So in closing, I'm a Baptist. So since I'm a Baptist, I'm fond of old-timey gospel preachers. I thought I'd close with a message that I heard from one of those great preachers used to close with. I've taken an alphabetical list of important words and used them just to tell you the importance of of our organization, right? So all the preachers in the room, don't hate me or don't hate on me, but you can take this back. All right. So Men and Women United for Youth and Families is an advocate interceding on one's behalf. Is a blessing in the time of need. Is charity an act of love and kindness? Is day when there is no light? Is an ear to hear in the enemy of suffering? Is faithful to the disenfranchised? Is a gate to those who seek it freely? Is a hand to those who reach out? Is an intercessor for those in trouble? Is just without respect of person? Is the keeper of knowledge and a storehouse for those who seek after it? Is light for those in darkness? Is mercy to those who require forgiveness? Is a new song to those who have found their voice? Is a friend who never intentionally offends? Is peace for those who need rest? Is quick to find resolution? Is refuge in the time of trouble? Is steadfast and resolute? Is true to those seeking answers? Is understanding to a confused world? Is a voice for the voiceless? Is the way a path to healing? Is an ally to our youth? Is the zeal that makes us act? So I thank you for listening to this part of my story and how I've been able to use that story to build relationships, as I talked about relationships with any and everything. If you can't first invest in relationships first, and a lot of times we try to build on relationships that are far away. But what I've learned is the work that you do local, whether it be your own business, helping customers who may not know that they can buy a home, right? Because the information has been kept from us. And I think I got like 6 minutes left, maybe 8 minutes left. So I'd just like to pass on a little information, as Dr. Land wanted me to talk a little bit about agriculture and farming and agribusiness. I'd like to point out a couple things, you guys would indulge me. So in 1997, Black farmers lost more than 90% of the 16 million acres of land they owned in 1910. So in a recent study, this census agriculture data, it estimates the value lost to Black and brown farmers. This was between 1920 again and 1997. The land Black farmers and farmers of color lost, some 16 million, and that's conservatively speaking, and that being worth $250 billion to $350 billion, right? You might want to know what happened to the farmers. Well, over the past century, Black farmers and brown farmers in America have lost more than 12 million acres of land, farmland, because of a combination of systemic racism, biased government policies, and inequitable social business practices, right? In addition to theft by state-sanctioned violence, intimidation, and lynching, Black and brown farmers also lost land due to discrimination by banking and financial institutions through the denial of access to federal farm benefits by local administrators who funneled those benefits to white farm owners through forced partition. So that's just a backdrop of the seriousness of this conversation that we're having, right? Going back to generational wealth, how we built in our communities generational wealth. So I will start now. Please bear with me. Thank you again, Jackie. I'm going to do the PowerPoint piece. So, okay, one is forward and one is back. I just want to talk in the context of what current programs we offer, and then I'll talk a little bit about the agribusiness and farming aspect of that. So if you could, to the next one. Right. So this goes back to the story of how I met Dr. Nan. Nonprofit organizations cannot be taken seriously if they don't track data, if they don't have a board, if they don't have bylaws, if they don't have rules. In terms of families, since we've grown as much as we have several key programs. One of them being the Healthy Opportunities Pilot Project. So when we applied for this state-sponsored program as an health serving organization built into the community, we applied and there were certain parameters that we had to meet. And it was capturing data and having evidence-based programming. So this program is a state pilot, but we're praying and hoping that it will continue. And how it might help us is in a lot of different ways. So again, we talked about food. We talked about resources that community-based groups. I don't know how many people benefited from like the JTPA programs back in the day, the CDCs, community development corporations, and those community-based programs. So our model is set up that way. And built into that, I got my first job. I don't know how many got their first job, but my first job out of the tobacco field was through a JTPA program, similar to what we've gotten. So typically we do healthy food boxes on an average. We serve just in that category 150 clients a week, on top of a free distribution program, food program that we do, on top of an evidence-based parenting program that we get through, that funding we get through our Juvenile Crime Prevention Council. These partnerships and relationships. During the summer, we have, again, summer camps and those kinds of things. So this is one of the programs. You can click to the next one. Thank you. And I think sometimes we miss the opportunity to have our young people work alongside us in this growth. I would dare say that a lot of the growth that we've experienced is because of our youth. We're a youth-led 4-H group. We do a lot of different things in the community around the triple bottom line, which is environmental, social, and economic justice. All right, next slide. Strengthening Families, again, is an evidence-based parenting program, and we get funding to do that. So we work with youth through that might be referred through the Juvenile Crime Prevention Council. So that gives us additional funding to support the work of our programs. Next slide. Workforce development has always been the key. So we have on-site places that we can offer GED classes and computer classes to folks, and we meet folks where they are. So currently, right now, we have 4 or 5 guys that's working with us now that have their school was disrupted because of COVID. Now we find a way to re-engage those young people. Next slide. Again, a community-based food hub. So this has kind of grown over the work relationships with farmers, with the youth, with organizations that provide funding for farmers, right? So we work with farmers and we try to encourage farmers to grow food, and we can buy it from them, and we can get it to different sites, like at the beaches, for vacationers, for folks from daycares and other places. So farmers are actually a part of the solution to our community problems that we're experiencing. Next slide. This is Vacation Vittles. This is our program. We've been doing it now for 5 years. So our youth partner with the farmers. They aggregate produce as we source it and get it to the beach. They get paid. The farmers get paid out of this, and people get fresh produce. Next slide. High tunnels. So I do want folks to understand how many folks are from rural communities. How many people grew up on farms? How many people farm or got some farmland? So go to your local NRCS. That's your farm service agencies, basically. And if you have a farm number, you have access to all this, technical assistance, equipment, loans that our folks didn't have. So this is, as long as you got a farm number, okay? So again, farmers, we've done it in the past. It's still something significant for our rural peoples. We still have land. And the other thing is, if you got land, please keep it, because it creates generational wealth. Thank you so much for your time.
Woo! Thank you so much, Mr. Keaton. We appreciate that. Turn this off real quick. There we go. Thank you. So let's give another hand to Mr. Keaton. Thank you so much. Something that he spoke about that I'm so excited for us to move right into is relationships, right? Like, who in here has a friend? How many of us have them? My girls in the back are the only ones with friends. That's sad. That we're gonna work on that, y'all. So I'm so excited to bring up our next speaker, who's going to be talking about a very important relationship that you should be developing, which is the relationship with your banker. Okay, that's the person that you want to have in your top 8 friends. I just dated myself, but that's okay. So let's go ahead and bring up Miss Jamaica Ingram from M&F Bank real quick. Let's give her a round of applause, folks.
Thank you, everyone. I'm sorry, I have a loud voice. Again, my name is Jamaica Ingram, and I am the branch manager for 13 East Hargett Street, Raleigh, North Carolina, downtown branch, which used to be the headquarters. But we just celebrated 100 years for my branch in January. And as a company, we are 116 years old. So we have survived the Great Depression, all the other pandemics leading up to COVID. So I always like to start off with a corny joke because I love to laugh, love to stay happy. So can anyone tell me what's the best way to learn about computers? Bit by bit. Corny, right? I listen to country music almost every morning, so I get off the Bob show, breakfast, and on my way to work. So I am from Gaston, North Carolina. If you travel up 85 or 95 north, we are right there on the Virginia state line, where we have at least maybe 1,000 or less population with one stoplight. We got one Hardee's, one grocery store, and one gas station. Everybody knows everybody, so it took a village to raise our families, which they don't do that anymore. However, our family does, but I do reside in Raleigh, North Carolina. I've been there for 5 years. I made that my home because I'm the oldest of 11 siblings, and I wanted to be in the middle. So the bulk of my siblings live in Halifax County in Northampton, and the others reside in Charlotte in Mecklenburg County. So every September is a busy month for me because everybody comes to my house for Labor Day weekend, and we just celebrate, and then I send them on back home, and I'll see you in December. But I've been a branch manager for 10 years. I've been in banking for 16 years. It's my passion. I love building relationships. Coming to Mechanics and Farmers Bank back in December of 2021, it really changed my aspect and my way of building those relationships in the way that I wanted to, and then to grow my career. I started at BB&T in 2007. I worked there for 9.5 years. And then when I relocated to Raleigh, I worked for North State Bank for 5 years and 3 months. And someone introduced me to a black bank, and I went on over there. So with that being said, the topics that we will be talking about is know your banking and building that relationship. So how important is it to consumers and business owners to know their banker, and do they have a relationship with their banker? So know your banker. Your banker will help you find the right products to fit your needs. We will learn the health of your business. Your banker can be an important source of networking for you. Bankers have a wealth of relationships with other business owners that can connect you with prospect partners, vendors, or customers. Not only are we your banker, but we proactive communicate with you. So you just don't have our email address or our phone numbers to our office. We do give out our cell phone numbers too, because the bank pays for it. You get concierge service. And what that means is that, our customers at Mechanics and Farmers, you're not a number like you are at another institution. I'm not just going to give you a loan or give you a checking account, debit card, online banking, and et cetera, things that you don't need. You know, we do our banking intentionally. So whatever you come for us, if you only need a $5,000 loan, that's what you're going to get. If you need $10,000, you know, that's what we're going to give you. We're not going to give you something that you didn't ask for, and we know that you're not able to cash flow to pay it back, if that makes sense. So here is my team. Mr. Jim Seals, our president and our CEO. He is in Durham, North Carolina. Sabrina Treywick, our Triangle team leader. She is my commercial banker in my office. Myself, Jamaica Ingram, I'm the branch manager. I manage 3 universal bankers. And then Jonathan Archery, who is the newest member of our team. He is a business banker who is up under Sabrina. And of course, we have Demetrius, but he's in Greensboro. He'll give you his spiel later. Topic 2, relationship building. So your personal banking relationship is just as important as your other trusted providers referenced earlier. As a busy professional, you deserve to have a personal banking expert who already knows you, provides that services, proactively contacts you throughout the year, and provides competitive banking and financial products and solutions to you. So I ask again, do you know who your banker is? Our bank's mission, like I said, we've been in business for 116 years, is a commitment to promoting personal and community development, and we remain true to these values, helping individuals, businesses, and community institutions grow and develop our philosophy tenets for that informs our decision and guides our actions. And success has no time limit. So if you're a startup, if you are, a couple of years into your business, or if you're seasoned, we grow with you as you grow. So if you are a first time, business owner and you need business lending, we still have those products and services for you. All we need is personal tax returns. If it doesn't make sense for the business, we are very loyal and trustworthy. We have consumer lending, and that's where I fall into, where we have, personal loans, lines of credits, home equity lines of business. I have a lot of consumers who are first-time business owners. They are a homeowner, and they use their equity out of their home to create that generational wealth. So here's my contact information, and I'll have business cards as well. But any questions that I can ask for anyone? I kept it short and sweet. Yes.
Can you speak to real estate investments?
I can speak a little about it because that's Sabrina's expertise. But I do know that we do have loans for our commercial real estate investors. We do not have a cap, on there. I don't have the rates. But if you're looking for funding, we are funding heavily. And I can always set up a meeting with you to meet Sabrina with those.
Does anybody else have any more questions for Jamaica? Wow. Okay. Y'all are missing out on a good opportunity. I'm about to take a picture of this contact information.
Yes. So, I know that we're not in your market because we're only in Charlotte. We have one branch in Winston-Salem, a branch in Greensboro, 2 in Durham, which is on Chapel Hill Boulevard and Pear Street, and then 2 in Raleigh, which is on Hargate and Rock Quarry. But I say to you is that, we bank everybody in North Carolina. Like I'm in Raleigh, and we travel to Rocky Mount, Fayetteville, Goldsboro. I'm a native of Roanoke Rapids, so I have a ton of customers, especially churches, coming to bank with us because they want to bank Black. Now, are we looking to grow in other areas of North Carolina? Yes. We just hired a contractor to look at North Carolina and seeing if we are in the right markets and if we need to place more branches. Well, we will be placing a branch in Greenville in the coming years, but it'll start off as a loan office because we have a large portfolio in the eastern region of North Carolina.
I have a question. Do y'all service to have programs for first time home buyers?
We do not have mortgages yet. All the branch bankers, we partner with a mortgage company that's in our territory. And then we just refer and build those relationships there.
I have a question. Do y'all specialize in any particular field of lending? Do you have any portfolio products that's unique to your bank?
Well, I mean, we're just like your Bank of Americas and your Truist or whatnot. So whatever product and service that best fit that business, that's what, we will offer to them.
Okay.
And, like you was speaking about generational wealth and home buying and everything, I just bought my second home. And we closed on it Tuesday. The painter just texted me and said, "Is this color okay?" And I'm like, "Go with it." But we live in a condominium off of Six Forks Road, so we will be selling that one to build our duplex in the coming months. Yes, so we have one rental property in that same condominium. So, yeah, we know all about the generational wealth. I'm from Northampton County. We farm, so Northampton County is only an hour away from me, so sometimes on Fridays when I get off, I go straight to my aunt's house and I'm either chopping, picking string beans or whatever, because it's just something about those jarred canned string beans. Like, I love it.
Thank you so much. Let's give Jamaica a round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And I'll give everybody my card if you have any other question. Mm-hmm. We have a ton of customers out there too. Sabrina's portfolio is very diverse and all over North Carolina. She even got customers in Charlotte. So as I mentioned, we're looking into other opportunities. Yeah, but Greenville will be the first one. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give a round of applause, everybody. Okay, y'all. So I know we've been trucking through, but it's one of my favorite times. Who's ready for some food? Y'all ready for some lunch? Y'all ready for some lunch? Okay. So I am so excited to bring up our next speaker, and he is going to be leading us in prayer before we break bread, and he's also going to be sharing some motivational words with us. Everybody, let's go ahead and welcome Pastor Vince Harrison from the Christian Calvary Center. Yes, 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 yes.
Vince Harrison. I'm the pastor of Calvary Christian Center here in Greensboro. I've been pastoring for 23 years now, and I know I look young, but I'm not as young as I look. I grew up in a family of 9 people. My father was blind. My mother was a mill worker. I'm from an agrarian area. We grew up struggling. We grew up moving from house to house and place to place. And one of the things that I wanted to make sure of is that my kids never had to experience the life that I lived. See, my mom and dad did what they could do. They did based on what the resources that they had. And it wasn't an indictment on their character. It's just they had limited resources because they had limited experiences. But what my parents wanted to do was to make sure that the life that I lived was much better than the life that they had an opportunity to live. How many of y'all understand that? Parents want their children's lives to be better than theirs. Now today I'm going to ask you to put on your thinking cap. So let's all put on our cap. We're putting on our thinking cap. Have you ever really thought about how you think about money? Have you ever really thought about why you think the way you think about money? I believe that I think the way that I think about money because of the family of origin that I come from. All of us have a family of origin, a family of origin. I believe this, that we are shaped by our parents even when we believe that we are not. I know that my mama is a spender, spender, spender. And my daddy was a saver, saver, saver. He recently died. And my daddy would always say to my mama, May Fanny, you can't spend all the money. And I know this, if your output exceeds your intake, your upkeep will be your downfall. If your output exceeds your intake, your upkeep is going to be your downfall. What does that really mean? That really means you can't spend more money than you take in. But you know what? You don't always learn that early. Sometimes you learn that late. I remember when I was in college at North Carolina A&T in 1985, because I had grown up poor, because I had grown up broke, I didn't really know anything about money. And when somebody sent me a credit card through the mail, I thought Jesus had shown up and was working miracles, right? Not knowing that one day I would what? Have to pay it back. And because of those bad experiences, I ended up at one point with some challenged credit. Because when you don't pay credit cards back, it creates a strike against your character. Now, I believe that because I grew up with a blind father and a meal-working mother, and we moved from place to place, and we never seemingly had enough, I believe it shaped me into the person that I am today. Now, I say this, and some people don't believe this. The greatest thing that ever happened to me in life was growing up poor. Growing up poor will create a desire in you. It will create ambition in you. It will create hunger in you. And you know what? My kids have never had the privilege of going from house to house. They've never had the privilege of needing assistance. They've never had the privilege of living in the projects. And because of that, my kids have not been as hungry as I was. Any people out here hungry for more, hungry for greater? I believe that greater is a possibility, but it's hard for you to be what you never have a chance to see. You understand that? You can't be what you don't see. There's a woman by the name of Ruby Payne. She's a PhD. And Ruby Payne says this: if a child is going to do more, they have to see more. If they're going to do more, you have to see more. And she said this: if a child is only going to be around people who are in one circle, that's all they'll ever see. And sometimes you got to move your child out of the circle that they are in and put them in a bigger circle. Watch this. Lisa sent her child to Greensboro Day. John sent his child to Greensboro Day. Greensboro Day is the premier school in Greensboro. It's private. Now, why would John do that? Why would Lisa do that? Why would I send my kids to Greensboro Day? Because I want my kids to be much better, much greater, and do things that I never even thought possible. I recently got my PhD, and I'll tell you this: I failed the first grade. Now, somebody might say, how do you fail the first grade? I don't know, but I did it. I failed the first grade, and it left a mark or a scar on me in some kind of way. I thought I was dumb. But how many of you know that you can fall without being a failure? You can fall without being a failure. And I believe that you've got to decide that I am not going to let an isolated incident in my life shape my whole life. Now, I believe that growing up poor changed the trajectory of my life, but I believe that many of us grew up believing that black and brown people We're not business owners. We're not achievers. We grew up in environments where it was okay to fail. I want you to know today that failure is not an option. Failure is not an option. And if you did fall, don't make yourself a failure. I believe that many of us believe that black and brown people don't own or lead businesses. But to be in this conference and to be in this room, we know that that is not true. I told you that we sent our children to Greensboro Day. Well, one of my children, Christian, he just became a lawyer. Now, understand this. He became a lawyer. He's a real estate lawyer. He's a former basketball player who is a smart kid. And one day my wife and my son were talking, and my son said to me something that was shocking to me. What did he say? He said, "Daddy, you so tight." Tight? My name ain't John Newman. I'm not tight. I'm a very generous person. But watch this. I tithe, so I can't be tight. I believe this, that anybody that doesn't tithe is a tight individual. I pay my taxes. I'm not tight. Lisa just sent me a high tax bill. But you know what I told someone yesterday? I told someone to have a high tax bill is something to be thankful for. Because to have a high tax bill means you have a high income. Do you hear me? To have a high tax bill means you have a high income. Is that right? I'm not tight. I give to charities. I support the United Way. I support, the YMCA. I give to organizations. I help support my parents. My dad just passed, but I'm still helping to support my mother. I spend money on family and friends. I'm not tight, but I am fiscally sound. I am fiscally sound. Now, I believe this: if your output exceeds your intake, your upkeep will be your downfall. And one of the things that I love to do, y'all, is go shopping and go to thrift stores. Any thrift store people out here? I go to thrift stores and I go to them every day. And if I were not at this conference, I would be at a thrift store right now. People say, "Well, where do you work?" In between thrift stores, okay? I would be at a thrift store right now, but I haven't always liked going to thrift stores because when I was a child, my mom would stop at thrift stores and stop at Goodwills because we didn't have money. Now, I go because I want to go. I go because I will to go. But it's a whole different situation when you have to go. Do you understand that? So I go to Goodwill because I believe that Goodwill is God's will. I believe that Goodwill is God's will for me. I love it. But now understand this. Recently, I turned my thrifting into a gifting. The gift of thrift. And anyone who knows me, sometimes they'll see me and I'll be driving around in my truck. And while I'm driving around in my truck, I have a lot of stuff on the back of my truck. And folks say, "What are you doing? Don't you pastor a big church? Aren't you a dignified guy? Don't you know?" But they don't know that sometimes when you walk into a thrift store, a miracle is waiting in there for you. And some people flip houses. Some people flip clothes. Some people flip furniture. Sometimes when I'm in Goodwill, I see these young guys in there and they're buying up all these t-shirts off the rack. And I'm trying to figure out, what in the world are you doing? And those guys are making $2,000 or $3,000 a month just going in Goodwill, buying t-shirts and selling them to people. Now, there are ways to make money that are non-conventional. And maybe you don't have $1 billion, maybe you don't have $1 million, maybe you don't have $1,000, but what you do have, you can use what you do have, because I believe this, a little becomes much. Now, here's the preaching part when you place it in the master's hand. But I believe this, when little is placed in the hands of the right person, it can become a lot. I'm going to try to stay with my lesson. Y'all keep me on time too, amen? Now, I go to thrift stores. I haven't always liked it. I used to be ashamed of it. But I believe this, that secondhand stuff can be used to do something. I also believe this, that obstacles can become opportunities. I believe that difficulties should produce determination. And I believe that black and brown people have always experienced difficulty. I believe that we've also always been in business. Now think about this, because some people might believe that the concept of black and brown people being in business is a new concept, but I believe that black people have always been in the cooking business, the cleaning business, the barbering business, the cosmetologist business, gardening, babysitting, daycaring. I believe that black people have always been blacksmithing or something. Black people have always been in business. Always been in business. I believe that African Americans have played a profound role in shaping this country, developing this country, making it what it is today. Whether it's Garrett Morgan, we've done great things. And I believe that we are creative people. I believe that we are creative geniuses. I believe that we have the ability to make brick without straw. I believe that we do great things every day. Now, my mom, before she stopped cooking, my mom is the best cake maker in the entire world. Best cake maker in the entire world. Makes cakes so great that people would come and say, "May Fanny, can you bake me a cake?" And one day I said to Mama, "Mama, you need to stop baking all these cakes for these people for nothing. If somebody wants a cake by May Fanny, make them pay for it. Is that right? If they want your cake that much, make them pay for it. Look, maybe you don't have a PhD or a master's or a bachelor's degree. Maybe you don't even have an associate's degree. But if you've been given the gift of braiding hair, braid it to the best of your ability. What did Dr. Martin Luther King say? If you're going to be a street sweeper, be the best street sweeper that anybody has ever seen. And watch this. And I believe that if you take the gift that has been given to you and multiply it, you can do great things. Now, I believe we are creative people. I believe that we do make brick without straw. And I believe this also, that need necessitates invention. I believe that difficulty is a great thing. I believe that difficulty is an ingredient for success. There's a group called the Clark Sisters, and they said this: success is failure turned inside out. Success is failure turned inside out, and I believe this, that he can turn your scars into stars. So the things, there are people in this room that have declared bankruptcy before, but bankruptcy turned out to make you better. I believe that you have to use the things that are in your life to make you better. Now, if need necessitates invention, I believe that poverty propels ingenuity. In 2020, Netflix released a movie about Madam C.J. Walker called Self-Made. And it told the story of the first black female millionaire. It told the story about a woman who was determined to succeed even amongst obstacles. But no, understand this, that black-owned companies like Madam C.J. Walker's Hairline have always dealt with difficulty even when she was starting her business. Because of segregation, because of institutionalized racism, I believe that, black people and brown people have dealt with difficulty. But I believe this, in the midst of difficulty, in the midst of structural racism, you can still thrive. I know our church purchased a piece of property that was worth $10 million. $10 million. And we bought the church, And when we bought the church initially, people said, don't do that. That seems crazy. But watch this. The church is paid off. The church is paid off because I believe if you only stay in a safe place, you will never stretch yourself to become all that you can be. I believe if you stay in a small place, you will always be small. Understand this. It is hard to be big when little got you. It's hard to be big when little got you. And when little got you, it'll keep you little for the rest of your life. So you know what you need to do? You need to stretch. Can you stretch yourself a little bit in here without hitting somebody? Stretch. You need to learn how to stretch. Now I know we can't use R. Kelly now because y'all, it's not politically correct. But I believe this. You got to wake up believing, I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. I think about it every day. I spread my wings and what? I believe I can soar. I see myself running through an open door. I believe I can fly. I believe I can fly. But watch this. You won't know you can fly if you don't ever see anybody fly. You won't even believe it. And so I'm challenging you. I'm challenging you today. Thank you. I believe that there's some Oprah Winfrey sitting in this room. Now, who would have thought that a woman named Oprah would turn her name backwards and call it Harpo and turn herself into a billionaire? A billionaire. Just by talking. Do you know of the 10 richest African Americans, the top 2 are in something technical, but the other 8 are either entertainers or athletes? That's shocking. You got somebody like Rihanna on that list that's a billionaire. Tiger Woods, a billionaire. LeBron James, a billionaire. But you know what? They didn't become billionaires just by their athleticism. You got people like P. Diddy, billionaire. They became billionaires because they used the gift that they were given and they multiplied. Now, I hope by the end of my life, I have used the gift that I have been given and multiplied so that I pass something greater to my children. Now, recently, my wife and I purchased another house, and watch this. Lisa was our real estate agent, and John was our real estate agent. Because I want you to understand this. Black people who want more, who expect more, but who don't spend black money with black people are crazy. Now, why would you want me to come spend money with you if you won't spend money with me? Do y'all understand that? So you want everybody that you know to come over and invest in your business, but you will walk right past a black lawyer, a black doctor, a black university, a black bank, and you won't even think about it. I believe whatever you expect, you should become. Whatever you expect, you should become. And if you don't become it, you shouldn't expect it. Now, one of the things that I do know that's occurring in the church world is there are a lot of people migrating away from the African American church, going to what they call multicultural churches, only to find themselves in a multicultural church and some kind of major social issue happens. And they address it. They don't address it at all. And then you're feeling like a fish out of water. listen to me. I believe that we should invest in ourselves. I believe that we should develop ourselves. Some people tell me that I'm radically black. I'm not radically black. I just looked in the mirror one day and I saw somebody looking back at me that looked like me. And I decided to like myself. I decided to value myself. I decided to believe that I was actually smart. So you is kind. You is what? Smart. And you is important. And if you don't tell yourself you is kind, you is smart, and you is important, no one else will. Tell you this and I'm finished. Right when I was finishing the matriculation process of getting out of school, I ran into some roadblocks, some hurdles. And it seemed like my dreams were not going to manifest. Some people say, well, why did you go back to school? And I already had a bachelor's, first person in my family to graduate from college. Already had a master's, first person in my family to get a master's degree. But why did I go back to school to get a terminal degree? Because I started off failing the first grade. Failed the first grade, and I was determined that I was not going to end up like I started. I want you to believe that about yourself today. Maybe you've had some business failures. Maybe you've had some relationship failures. Maybe life has not been a crystal staircase for you. But keep climbing. Keep climbing. Keep pressing. I believe greater is coming. Thank you for your time and thank you for this opportunity.
Ooh-wee, let's give another round of applause to the Reverend. Oh my gosh, we need to get a collection plate going. That was good, y'all. Woo! So we are going to be doing a little Q&A right now, which is very exciting because all the 4 speakers that you just saw are going to be coming down to this lovely table right here, and we're going to be hearing your burning questions as well as hearing some discussion on the topics that they just spoke about. So if I can please get Miss Lisa Perkins, Mr. John Newman, Mr. Randolph Keaton, and Miss Jamaica Ingram. Can I get y'all down here at these 4 seats, please, so we can do a little Q&A? Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And after you take a seat, why don't we get started by just doing another quick introduction, tell us who you are, just so we can refresh it, because we got so much good information. And then we're going to go ahead and get started. And I'll let Miss Lisa kick it off. I'll give her the mic.
Good afternoon. Okay. Again, my name is Lisa Elliott Perkins, and I am the owner of Lisa Perkins and Associates, a real estate company. I've been in business since 1987. I also have a tax business called Lisa E. Perkins Tax Preparation, and so I do income taxes too. I've been doing taxes since 1984, real estate since 1987, and so I specialize in residential real estate.
Okay, my name is John Newman, and like Lisa, I'm a realtor here in Greensboro. I'm serving the Triad area. Been a licensed realtor since 1988, and work for a company called Allen Tate Realtors here in Greensboro. And I have my own company, which I do a little bit of property management, called John Newman Realty. And happy to be here and look forward to hopefully answering some of you guys' questions.
Good afternoon. Again, my name is Jamaica Ingram. I am the branch manager for Mechanics and Farmers Bank in Raleigh, North Carolina, which I have been in banking for 16 years. So hopefully I'll be able to answer all of your questions, even though I'm just a consumer banker. But if you have any business questions, you have my card, and hopefully I can be your bank.
started, I just wanted to check in. Were there any questions that you all wanted to start off with before we begin? Any burning questions that someone had? You look like you have a question, sir. Okay. So something that I was wondering is that, okay.
I got a question.
And can we stand on that?
You need a mic. Can you talk to us a little bit about how, or what the bank's responsibilities are, and what way your bank specifically can put money into what type of programs?
Sure. So we are a Black bank, a community bank. And so we do partner with our communities. And our portfolio is heavy in Durham, North Carolina, although we do sponsor a lot of community engagement events and putting that money back outside of our bank. And the majority of that money, those customers also, bank with us. So nonprofit organizations. I give you an example. Diaper Train. I didn't know anything about it. I didn't know how many families, are in need of diapers. And this particular nonprofit organization, they partner with other vendors and banks. They bought their whole relationship to me, from Truist Bank. And now we go and volunteer as branch staff, giving out those diapers, to the community. So we do different engagements. That was just an example. Hopefully I answered your question. Okay.
So something that I was wondering, and Mr. Newman brought this up earlier, are the pitfalls that some folks might fall into with the IRS, the instantly really scary. And so I would love to kind of pick you folks' brains on like what can people do to make sure that they don't get into a situation where they look up and they're in trouble with the IRS, or they're in a place where they have to climb out of that. We'll talk about that.
I can probably answer that a little bit better. If you're self-employed, what you really should be doing is having your accountant or bookkeeper prepare your quarterly tax returns. So that gives you a gauge. So if which means like January, February, March, in April, someone should be looking at your books to see how much money that you made so that you can do it on a quarterly basis. And I usually tell people put about 20% of your profits and pay to the IRS in quarterly, and then about 5% for the state. And if you do this each quarter, then you don't have to worry about that, because at the end of the year, if you just wait and give it to them all at the end of the year, and you end up you made $100,000 and that's profit, you're gonna get a penalty. When the IRS see that you haven't paid anything, you're gonna get a penalty. So it's better just to kind of keep up with your stuff every 3 months, so that you can make sure you know what you're doing. And then the money it's easier to come up with $3,000 in 3 months than 12,000 at the end of the year. So just kind of keep them. And even if you have a W-2 employee, I tell people, don't just get your paycheck and spend it. Make sure you know that whoever your human resources department is taking out money on your taxes. I've had plenty of clients that they look up and they were not taking out any money, and they get to the end of the year and they made $70,000-$80,000, and they've only had a small portion. So you got to check behind them too. So when you get your pay stub, look at it just to see if what I'm saying is partially true. Make sure they're taking out a decent amount so that you don't have these problems at the end of the tax season.
I have a couple of things I would like to bring to everybody awareness. How many people in here either already own a home already, or maybe own a second home? Good amount. Okay, how many of you guys kids own homes? Okay, here's where I'm getting at. The last 3 to 4 years, a lot of property has been purchased by basically Wall Street investors, hedge funds. A lot of properties, especially in our communities, have been purchased by a lot of investment bankers. So from a real estate perspective, that's been good for my short-term business, but long-term business is not good. Okay. So I'm bringing the point that our community is two major things that's coming down the pike that no one knows. The Department of Justice and NAR, which is the National Association of Realtors, have been going back and forth with just some different real estate issues. But one of the issues that would affect our community substantially is the fact that the Department of Justice believes that basically buyers should pay their real estate agents to be able to purchase a house. Currently, the way the system is now, when you list your home, the listing company, whoever, the listing agency pays the real estate commission to both sides. So here's how it hurts could potentially hurt our community or hurt our kids, or hurt the up and coming generation. Right now, to purchase a home, it is some down payment programs. Okay, if you qualify, okay, and those programs have income limitations on them. So let's just say, for instance, you start off right now. Let's say you get a job making $50,000. In most communities throughout the country now, $50,000 you can't afford to buy a house like you used to be able to do it. So let's just say you make $75,000. Yeah, you can buy a house, but do you have student loans? Do you have car payments? Do you have any of those things that are realistic? So it hurts home ownership, okay, especially in our community. So the next thing, and this is big because it could happen overnight, is that you now let's say you bought a $250,000 house, which honestly is a starter home in most communities now. And the banks require you to put down 3% or 3.5%. You know, there's potentially another $6,000, $8,000, $9,000 that you have to come up with. So now it hurts our community. See, no one's really talking about this yet because some communities it may not affect as much. Okay, so here's the other thing. Because rent prices are so high now, a lot of our kids can't afford to even save money to get in a position that they can be homeowners, to get in a position for wealth, you know, to be able to have equity. Lisa gave an example of a client she had worked with early this year that because of the market going up, she had a lot of equity. Well, if you don't never get in a position to own, you never will be in a position to have equity. So if you don't own a home, you want to try to get a home. See, people say, well, interest rates are too high. You know, historically, 6.5% interest rates are low. It's just that we've been kind of spoiled over the last 7, 8 years when rates have been low. 6.5% is really lower than the national average over the last probably 50 to 70 years. Now the prices are up, but because of just supply and demand, you know, from everything we're hearing, house prices are not going to come down. They're just not. Now they may not increase as much as they have, but you know, so if you're waiting for the interest rates to go down, and we can let our bankers talk about interest rates a little bit, I don't foresee that. Okay. And so if you look at what people are paying for rents right now, I mean, $1,200 in Greensboro is good. And we're talking about a decent house, but we're not talking about nothing elaborate. $1,200, you know, $1,400, $1,500, and for a lot, I know my mortgage is not that much. So, but you're looking at someone graduating from college, okay? You know, thinking they're getting a good job, but the cost of living is so much higher, percentage-wise, than it has ever been. So it's important that you own your own properties. And I know the gentleman spoke earlier about the black farmers who, you know, sold or lost land over the last 40, 50 years. The same thing is now happening in the housing. And when we were down in Raleigh talking to a lot of legislators and talking to different people, they don't see that because they're not in the trenches. You know, they're not dealing with people every day and having to get them qualified and working on down payment assistance. So these are things that will affect our community and will affect our families. So just kind of keep an eye on that. And if you have anyone that's close to buying a house, they need to go ahead and purchase one. Because even though the market is getting better and they're building more houses, they still won't be able to build houses for probably another 8 to 10 years to keep up with the demand. It's just not going to happen. So, like I said, that's one really big issue. And like I said, overnight, the Department of Justice, if they win this battle with NAR, then if you go purchase a home, not only will you have down payment you're responsible for, closing costs you're responsible for, and now you're gonna have to pay your agent. And I'm saying this not because I'm an agent. It's when you purchase a home, it's a lot into going and buying a home. That's a lot into it. Just like Lisa and myself were talking about agents, people get in real estate thinking, oh, I can get rich overnight. And it's just not like that. It takes a lot of, experience and knowledge to really do a good job. So these are two things to really think about. And if you have any questions, you can contact Lisa and myself, after the seminar is over.
Something that y'all just touched on that I think is so important, particularly for this audience and for everybody in the Black and Brown Founders family, is working with lenders and working with banks that are aware of our condition, that know the problems and know the pitfalls of buying the house or buying property, right? And what I'd love to ask you, Benita, is in terms of working with a local bank or community bank, what advantages do they offer to kind of avoid some of those things or be aware of those things?
Well, mechanics and farmers, we don't have a mortgage department. We are working on that. We were at the table ready to sign with the company, but unfortunately that mortgage company sold. And so now we're back at square one to see who we can partner with, because once we partner with a mortgage company, maybe 25% or less will stay on our books and the rest will be sold. But far as interest rates on the consumer side, we do abide by the Federal Reserve, and which is the Wall Street Journal Prime, which is 8% now, plus 50 basis points if you're going to get a home equity line of credit, meaning taking the equity out of your home if you have a first mortgage and investing in whatever else you want, to buy, whether it's, consolidating debt or purchasing another investment property or starting your business and things of that nature. But we do car loans, boat loans. So we never tell a customer no. We can't do that. We have to accept the application because of the Fair Credit Act laws, and get your financials and see what's going to work best for you.
So something that one of our panelists spoke about a little earlier was the nonprofit space and, working as an NGO. And I would love to just ask our panelists in terms of how, and do we have any nonprofit folks or NGOs in the audience? Anybody? There we go. Thank you, Reverend. Okay. In terms of setting up their business, in terms of, planning years out, what tips or what advice would you have for an NGO or a nonprofit versus a profit-driven company or entity?
Well, getting the business set up is going to be the same. So when you come into the bank, you want to make sure that you get your EIN number, because we can pull up the Secretary of State, ourselves, and we just need the signer's information. We have, different types of accounts and what's best going to fit your need. But of course, we have our community checking account, which is, not for profit. And then we have other accounts that are for profit. And of course, we do lend to, nonprofit organization. That's a Sabrina and Jonathan Autry role.
So something that I would love to kind of end this little segment on is we have two brokers and a banker on a panel, and they walk into a bar. what is the piece of information that you want to impart on our audience as to how they can be successful in growing their business and building their business with your 30 plus years of experience that you've had? But everybody on the panel is 21. So what advice would you give folks?
Well, what the advice that I would get is to continue to, stay in tune with your banker and with the bank. And also, whatever advice that you can, share with the community, we will be right there with you. And for you as a tax preparer, I partner with a lot of tax advisors. So when you're needing that savings account to save for your quarterly taxes, that's where I come in at. And so that's the advice that I can give to you. Always, get your banker's telephone number. If they would say, I can't do that, well, they don't need to be your banker. That's just how I feel. Because, sometimes if you need something like right then and there, say you're traveling, your debit card isn't working, or your mobile banking isn't working. You can pick up the phone, and call myself or Demetrius, and we're right there on our computer, making sure that it's working. So just some examples.
Y'all, Eminem Bank, you heard it here.
One thing that I would tell you to do is have a plan. Know what you're going to do. Research the market to know what you want to invest in, and make sure that you read information just so that you can know what you're going to be buying, and make sure you're buying in a good area. Ride by, take a look, and just make sure that you're going to make your money work for you.
And I would just say the same thing as purchase and buy things that are going to build equity and build wealth. One of the things I hear a lot of times from young people are, well, I'm only going to be in this city for, 2 years or 3 years, so I'm just going to rent. Well, I'll still say if you can afford to buy. And when you decide to move on to the next area, then you can also partner with a property manager and let that property continue to earn money. So I know it's taking a risk at the same time, because properties can be a headache. It's something, but at the same time, history has already shown that you can really gain more wealth through real estate. So I would tell them to buy every opportunity that you have.
We can invest in, be it real estate or other avenues to help build our portfolio that aren't going to completely break the bank because we have so many student loans and so many Jordans. Like, what can we do to make wealth at a young age? Are y'all listening, young people? What can we do?
Lisa said earlier. Lisa, that example you gave.
When I said partner with somebody, yes. Well, one of my couple of my son and one of his young friends, they did a partnership because that my son has a roommate. He can afford to live by himself, but he wants to save his money, and so a partner with somebody, like-minded people, 2 or 3 of you guys, get together and partner with people who got same kind of goals and ambitions that you young people have, is to make money. I know y'all love money. So, you just, and then that way you'll have money to invest, to build your wealth and to do other things with. So you find 2 or 3 of your friends that are like-minded and just stick together, and that would limit the amount of money that you have to do if you do it solo.
We got a question in the back. And can you stand so we can hear you a little bit? Thank you.
Yes. Kids, because I don't know a lot about it. One thing was like I've been
question for Miss Lisa, because I thought you were going down the road of can they open and create their LLC, which they can. Yes. Mhm.
um, they have kitty. There are forms with the IRS that you can have your kids on your tax return. Um, um, a kitty tax return, but it's actually associated with your tax return. My kids have always worked for me, and they get paid just like my regular employees. But there are whenever you're gonna probably do a LLC and maybe form a company for your kids if they do that. That's probably just not with the regular. If you're gonna do a LLC, you probably need to form a corporation or something if you want them to get a salary, and they could even pay you as parents if they are with the corporation. You could pay everybody could get paid and write it off.
My mom's house. She has. She needs the income. Sell it. My sister doesn't want to sell it because she's saying it's giving property to the wife.
Trust.
So I'm asking you, sell or keep? And because none of my siblings want to buy the house.
Right.
They want to keep the house. But the house has upkeep also. So it's a difficult situation. And the market value is here, but what investors want to pay me with it.
Well, actually, that's what you're asking is not really a real estate question. That's a family matter. But yes, you can. It's a couple of options you can do. I mean, you can take out a line of credit, and you can use some of that money for upkeep if everyone agrees to pay. Pay it back. Now, I've recently seen a lot of people do a reverse mortgage, which I'm not really a big fan of. But a reverse mortgage, you take out, you get money, kind of draws, but at the end of the date, the bank has the house back. So it's some disadvantages to that. I know you can put it in a trust, but I mean it's a lot of different ways you can do it. But if you maintain ownership, then you're going to have to pay for expenses. There's no way around that. Unless you maybe form something as a family and everyone pays a certain amount of money into a trust or something like that.
Also, this is what we talked about earlier, budgeting. So once you look at, okay, let's say we sell the house for $200,000 and we only owe $50,000. We have $150 profit. So if you do a budget, you can see what are my mother's real needs. How much does my mama really need each month and to go along with her Social Security money or whatever else she has. If the rent collecting after we do all our expenses, is that giving my mama that extra $600 she needs? Those are kind of questions you have to ask yourself. So then you can determine, does it make sense to really sell that house, or should I keep it and use that extra 600 or whatever it is to supplement her money so that everybody else don't have to supplement it. So you just got to kind of look at your numbers to see what makes sense.
Let's really quickly say thank you. So I'm very excited to introduce our next speaker. Earlier, somebody was talking about Madam C.J. Walker. I feel like we got Madam C.J. Campbell, and I'm so excited for her to talk about generational wealth and some keys and tricks that you can do to build wealth within your family and make sure that what the wealth you have stays. So I'm going to go ahead and pass this over to Miss Melody Campbell.
Well, my name is Melody Campbell. I'm from Whiteville, North Carolina. I know a lot of y'all in here from Hillsborough, Wilmington, and Bolton, so I see a lot of familiar faces in here. I own Carolina's Home Care Agency. We've been open for 28 and a half years, and we opened in November 1994 with one employee. That was me, two employees. And that was me, and I had a nurse. But now we have over 200 employees. I have 12 group homes. We do personal care services. We do CAP services. We do community living and supports. We have a doctor, a psychiatrist. We have a psychologist, and he does testing and therapy. So we just do an array of services at Carolina's Home Care Agency. I graduated from Fayetteville State University. I got my BS from there in psychology, and I got my master's from Liberty University in Lynchburg, Virginia. So I got two daughters, Maya. She's my oldest child, but they're only a year apart. It's not like they're, far apart from each other. They're only a year apart, and I have Tia. Both of them are graduated from A&T. Both of them graduated from A&T. Maya has her master's in social work. Her undergraduate was also in social work at A&T. She went straight through, so she's been at the business working for a whole year now. Next month. And Tia, she's got her BS in social work, and both of them graduated in 3 years. They didn't take 4 years. Both of them graduated in 3 years. But Tia came home to work for 2 years. She came home to work for 2 years, but she's getting ready to go back to get her master's next month at A&T. So I feel like I have some Aggie pride too. So, of course, you want them to attend the same university that you attended. So, when my daughters was young, one of my cousins, they were going to A&T, and she invited them to the homecoming. My girls went to the homecoming, and that's all they wanted to do after that. They wanted to go to A&T. Okay, they wanted to go to A&T. So, they went to that homecoming, and they were sold from that. So, I'm going to take them to Fayetteville State homecoming. Work with the program here, so I took them to Fayetteville State homecoming. It still wasn't no change in their mind. So I went to a homecoming at A&T, and oh my goodness, it was so big and so crowded. Looked like everybody that came that graduated from 1919 and they were still alive. They was at the homecoming, because I was used to a smaller homecoming, but it was gigantic. And if Fayetteville State have their homecoming on the same day as A&T, you know where I'm gonna be. I'm gonna be in Greensboro. So I go every year. I go to mine too, but I go to A&T's homecoming also every year. So I know a lot of y'all graduated from A&T, so I got two A&T graduates too. And I was thinking business. My first daughter, Maya, she's in the green and white. I said, well, what a good thing to do is just buy a house up there, so y'all can live. So y'all can live up there, you don't have to pay rent, because she got an apartment, so you won't have to. No, mommy, I want to stay with the rest of the people. I want to stay with everybody else, so that's okay. So, working with her. She's going out on her own. So I let her go. And, she got an apartment. She got a roommate. Her roommate didn't ever stay there. But anyway, so I tried it the next year when Tia was going off to college. So Tia said, well, Mommy, she didn't want to do that either. She says, as a matter of fact, I don't even want to stay with my sister. I want to stay with Maya. I said, well, that's what you're going to do. And so happened the girl that they stayed in an apartment together, she left. So they got to live together in that house. They got to live together. So the pandemic came. Okay, so the pandemic came. So, I let them make some decisions. So I said, I'm paying all this rent every month. I want to, I got to own, we need to owe something. So Mommy goes, I already gave them, I already let them do what they wanted to do. So I said, well, this year buying a house. I'm trying to teach y'all business skills, because I can go sell that house and make money off of it after y'all stay there a few years. So that's what we did. We came up and brought them a house so, that they can stay. And I think they loved it better after, they got the hang of it. Is that right, girls? Yeah, after they got the hang of it. Because, their friends did, because their friends didn't have no house. They had a house. Yeah, they had no house. But, then, they loved it then. They loved it then. So that's a little bit of my background. And, and I would also like to, my grandmother, very inspirational to me, my grandmother. And guess what? My grandmother did not have no PhD nowhere. As a matter of fact, she didn't have no master's degree from nowhere either. And not even a BS or a BA from any college. And let me keep on with it. She didn't have no associate's degree either. As a matter of fact, she was my role model. She didn't even have a high school diploma. But she gave me a whole lot of stuff. She sit with me, she talked with me. We walked to church together. She used to have seizures. So she didn't ever have her license. We walked to church. She took me to church. I got a lot of values from church. I did learn, you have faith. You can speak into existence what you want and you can have it. You can have it. My grandmother, she also believed in me. She believed that I could do anything. And that was one of my songs that Reverend, said was very, that I loved. I believe I can fly. That was one of my songs. And my grandma, I also seen her do a couple more things that was really good. That's helped me in life, my personal life and business. When I started getting 16, I used to pick her up. She get her check. I used to pick her up. I used to take her. The first place we used to go cash her check. Then she paid all of her bills. She paid all of her bills. She paid it right in front of me. As a matter of fact, you pay some of your bills online now. Call and give me your credit card number, and your bill is paid. But you didn't do that back then. You did money orders or you did checks. So we got money orders. We got money orders when she got her check, and she paid all her bills every time. She paid all her bills. She did it every month, and I took her every month. So what did that leave with me? Pay your bills. Pay your bills first. Pay them on time. She paid her bills early. Pay them on time or pay early. Pay early. And so that got me to have what? Some good credit. So some good credit. By her taking me to church, I was, around other people. I was around a lot of other educated people, and people did a whole lot of, a lot of other things. So she was my grandma. She was one of my heroes, and she always encouraged me. Even though I was talking about, I always told her when we used to watch TV together on Friday. We used to watch TV on the weekend. I used to go stay with her every weekend. I used to go stay with my grandma every weekend because she could eat me up. She could eat me up. She thought I was just everything. And that means a lot to you. And you need that. People need that in their life. People do need that. They need that in their life. They need love, and that's right. But we used to watch The Love Boat on Friday nights. We used to y'all remember The Love Boat? I loved it. And I always wanted a good love. I still love a good love story. So that Love Boat, and then we used to watch Fantasy Island. It used to come on after the Love Boat. Y'all remember that? It used to come on after the Love Boat. Yeah, so I had a fantasy of being rich. I wanted to have a lot of money. Because my mama had like we was poor as dirt. She had we was poor as dirt. As a matter of fact, I'm from the projects. I'm from the projects. So we used to stay in the projects. Ain't that right, Erica? Yeah, we used to stay in the projects. Stay in the projects. That's fine. That's where it, and I always tell my daughters, it's not where you come from. It's where you end up. It's not where you come from, it's where you end up. So always remember that. Always remember that. So and also we used to watch the Jeffersons together. We used to watch the Jeffersons. I used to love that. Y'all hear that song? In the sky, I'm moving on up. Only got a piece of that. Fish don't burn on the beans don't burn on the grill. Took a whole lot of trying just to get up that hill. Well, with the big leagues back, as long as we live, it's you and me, baby, and ain't nothing wrong with that. And that's how my grandma made me feel. She made me feel good. And we watched that, and you know what? I wanted to be just like the Jeffersons. So you can't say that TV don't influence people, because it do. TV influence people for the good and for the bad. And these video games, some of these bad video games, kids don't need to watch it. So they don't need to watch it. They don't need to watch it. And also, I like to say one little bit, and I'm going to get into everything. My husband, I was in college then, going to Fairfield State. Not A&T, I was in Fairfield State. And he was very good. We was dating then. So, and I already had a plan, because I was 18. I was still in high school. He gave me a ring then, so he gave me a ring then. I said, baby, I don't want to get married right now, after I get out of school, because I got to go to college. Because, I'm going to be rich. I'm going to have money. I want to be like the Jeffersons. But anyway, so he was he was very sweet. He got killed by a drunk driver. Some of y'all know that. He got killed by a drunk driver, And one day, so we was in the store, he would pay for my car payment, my car insurance. When I was getting ready to go back to school, to buy me food and snacks to go back to school with. And one day he told me, we was in the store, he was doing that. I said, thank you. And he put gas in my car to go back to school. I said, thank you, baby. Oh, I really loved him. He said, I'm investing in you. I did not know the meaning of that back then. I think I'm still 18 or 19. I didn't know the meaning of that, but he said, I'm investing in you. Years later, I said, your investment paid off, didn't it? But anyway, I got this extra slides to it last night. My daughter added some pictures and stuff, and I said, well, I ain't gonna tell them to add that this late date. So, but anyway. Generational wealth is passed down within the family from one generation to the next. The first generation usually accumulates their investment by property, like they've been talking about, money, investments, business, during this time. And they pass it down to their children, and they pass it down to their grandchildren. So this is how usually you get generational wealth. And it starts off in the first one, then you pass it down to the second one. So the golden rule of wealth is don't spend more money than you earn. Do not spend more money than you earn. That's a recipe for disaster. Because if you got more coming out, what's gonna happen? You gonna end up closing down. If you can't get you're gonna end up closing down. And that sounds, it sounds obvious and it sounds sound, but you'd be surprised at how many people don't understand this rule. When they started making money, I know somebody said this, they started spending more money when they started making more money. And people just get in a lot of debt these days. I remember when I was in college, they came by, they gave us all these credit cards. They gave us, a Visa and MasterCard. They would show up and they give us all these credit cards. My roommate, everybody in my suite, it was only $500. They gave, they went to the mall, they went out to eat. All the things went up to $500. They passed, and they had bad credit before we got out of college. But I didn't have to use my credit cards that I got. As a matter of fact, I still got those same credit cards. I still got those same credit cards today. So, and we got to look at an inheritance. The average inheritance from 2019 was $46,200, and the average wealthiest people, 1%, their inheritance was equaling out to about $719,000. And at the low totem pole, their inheritance, their average was $9,700. That's low, to leave something, as a legacy or so on. So, and that's just the averages. But, some people get millions of dollars, for an inheritance, and some people get nothing, so it ranges from this to that. Okay, 7 ways that you can accumulate wealth. Let's see. 7 ways. Okay, one is to invest in the stock market. We was in our 20s. We was in our 20s, and my dad started selling insurance. He started selling some insurance. He was a teacher. He's retired from teaching and everything, and he's back at school now, still teaching at 70 something. But anyway, he got out with this guy. He was in Fayetteville, Tony Bellin, and he came by the house, and he was also He also did investments and stock markets and stuff like that. And and he talked to us about all this stuff. That was powerful because we got in stocks and bonds, and we got into the market when very, 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 very young. So we actually made a lot of money, except last year. Last year was terrible. So last year was terrible. So we actually made a lot of money. And so people make a lot of money like this. Real estate is another form of passing down generational wealth. Real estate, because real estate, it don't go down. It appreciates. So real estate is usually worth more years down the line than it's going to be when you first buy it. So even the first property, we was doing this too. The first property that we bought a house when we was getting ready to get married. We bought a house. It was being foreclosed on. It was foreclosed on at the time, and the man was talking about it was like $25,000. It was a nice house, 3-bedroom house, it was kind of like my dream house. Some people say this, dream house. I said, yeah, because my first house, my dream house was, I didn't want nobody, you to be able to see my kitchen, in my living room, because I didn't like to wash dishes. I had to wash dishes all the time. So that was my dream house, and having a 3-bedroom. So after a while, we built a big old house, after being in business for some years. And my husband was a barber too. And he had his own barbershop, so we built a big house, and they said, well, that's not your dream house? I said, well, that was a house that we can afford now. But anyway, so, but we kept that house. We rented that house out. We kept that house when we built the other houses. And then, another thing that we started doing, I was watching TV late at night. I stay up late. You got businesses going for 24 hours. You can stay up all the time. But I seen this thing on TV, and they was showing something, and it was saying they showed this old house that looked like it was about to fall down, and and then they said, and look now, and it was a beautiful house. They had to restore it. That was like 20 years ago. So the next day, I was telling my husband about it. I said, baby, we can do that. we could do that. So we went to some seminars. We only went to one, and they was doing the same thing. So I said, we can do that. So we tried that too. We tried that too. We'll try that too. So the first house that we got, and so he could do carpentry work too. So he went out there. We bought that house. So we went out there, and he went out there and fixed it up. He went out there and fixed it up. And so while he was out there working on it, one of the neighbors came down there, and he said, "Oh, what you gonna do with this house? Y'all gonna stay here? What you gonna do?" He said, "No, we're gonna sell it." He said, "Well, my cousin from somewhere, I don't remember where it was, they want to move down here. Can they get the house?" And he was like, "Yeah. Of course, yeah." So that house sold less than 30 days. This was in the 90s, and I think we made $30,000 off that first flip. This was in the 90s. This was in the 90s. So started flipping some houses, and then we started just buying houses. The rent. So we was buying houses to rent too, and flipping houses, and we kept those houses, and it's like that. It's easy to, when you got property and stuff, it's easy to go to the bank and get some money. They don't mind loaning you no money when you got yeah, they don't they giving you money. Yeah, they want to come on down. When you come to see me? Yeah, come see me. Call me on the phone. Yeah, come see me. Yeah. So building a business. That's what I did. Carolina's Home Care Agency. We built that from scratch, and it's not easy all the time. In business, it's not easy all the time, and it's not when you got all these different personalities. You got 200 and something employees. And when I was smaller, and we was like 50 something people and 60 something people, I could make everybody happy. I made everybody happy. I can make everybody happy then. Now you got 200 something employees, and all these clients. I done figured something else out. You ain't gonna always make everybody happy. Somebody's gonna be mad, and a lot of times they're mad for nothing. You tell them, you got to be on time. They getting mad for that. Okay, I'm paying you at 8:00. You need to be here at 8:00. Yeah, so they get mad. And it's not the same people like when we were growing up. You tell them one time, they're gonna try to do better. This generation right here, most of them ain't even gonna try to do better. Now they're gonna see how they can get over. This is the get over generation. They're gonna see how they can get over now. So you got to watch everybody, and they lie. Oh my goodness, they tell you a lie. They tell you a lie in a minute. So you got to be able to discern, what's going on. And also, we need to take advantage of life insurance. We need to take advantage of life insurance, and that's something that when we got the man in, he was telling us you need this and that. In case somebody die, you'll be able to survive. You won't have to sell your stuff, or you won't have to move or get out. And, so that was very helpful, with me. My husband passed, if I didn't want to work, or if I didn't want to work, I didn't have to work no more. But we learned, he taught us that, in the 20s and stuff. And so, if I would have died, he would have been, good too, so you could take advantage of that too, because you don't want to be out in the street. Because I heard, one of my friends, she was telling me about, her mama was okay after her husband died, but somebody else in her family, they died. They had, they didn't have no house no more. They had to move and stuff, and it was because they didn't have life insurance and stuff. Okay, invest in your children. Invest in your children, especially if you're wanting them to take over family business. Invest in your children. Please invest in your children. Send them to whatever classes, trade or whatever they need to do to run your business, to run the business so it can be, handed down to them. Train your children. Train them at work. Train them how to do the job too. Train them real good. Teach them about personal finances. They need to know about finances. They need to know how, they need to know about a budget. They need to know how much your mortgages is going to be, how much payroll is going to be. I mean, that's something that they all need. They need to know all of that stuff. Create multiple streams of income. And let me tell you that is really good when you create multiple streams of income. one thing is not doing good, and that's happened to me, another service or another thing is doing really good. So we need to create multiple streams of income. That's good. I heard a couple of them say, well, they do this and they do something else. They do accounting, they do property. Create multiple streams of income. That's going to help you. And try to get you a 401k. Try to get you some kind of retirement plan, especially if you're in business for yourself. Because we got retirement plans, and guess what? This is no joke. We matched 110% this year, but we've been matching 100% each year. And I got people that won't even invest in it because they got to get their hair done and their nails done and these eyelashes, and it costs a lot to get your hair done now because that hair that they use $100-something is about the hair, and you got to go get your hair done, instead of putting $50 a month. Listen, this is a win situation here. If I'm matching 100% of what you put in there, you ain't winning. Because other companies ain't matched 3, 4, 5%. That ain't nothing. We're matching 100%. And this past year, they matching 100. I did 110%. So so we need to make sure that we have that, and we need to make sure that we got some sense too, because you got to be able to make sure you're telling them they're able to discern what you telling them that's right, instead of you're gonna need your hair done later on, and you're just gonna be getting Social Security and not a retirement check and Social Security. You're gonna miss that. Okay, and this right here at the This statistics after the wealth is built during the first generation, statistics show that 70% of people, when you pass it down to the second generation, they go out of business in the second generation, and 90% in the third generation. So it's not but 10% of these people that are still in business, by the third generation. And, I seen the Murdoch family. Did y'all see that on the news? That was on the news 4 or 5 weeks. It was lawyer business. They had an attorney business. He was on TV. He had done killed his wife, his son. His son had done killed somebody in a boating accident. He was stealing from the people that he was working for, and insurance fraud. Anyway, they found him guilty of murder. He's gonna be in jail. This was the third generation. They found him in jail. They put him in jail for the rest of his life. But and he's out of business, and all of them was highly educated, because all y'all know, if you're going to school, if you're an attorney, you've been to school at least 7 or 8 years. Okay, so how is wealth lost from one generation to another? Parents not teaching their children what they're supposed to do. The young adults, when they get the property, or when they get the money, or they get the houses, they sell them instead of keeping them in the family. They sell everything. They spend everything. Land, they sell, they get them, everything is gone. They going on this lavish vacations. They going out to buy cars, jewelries, houses. They just do away with the money. I remember my mama told me, she said, people, when the money's passed down, they said, them children will spend your money in 6 months and they won't have a thing for you worked a lifetime for. And then these fighting between siblings. When somebody died, they break everything is, when somebody died, the siblings are fighting. Okay, and keeping wealth is a secret. You got to make wise financial decisions. You got to teach your children the values, how to do a budget, how to do a budget, and make sure you have a will. Make sure you have a will, and you need to explain to your children. Why you got this person in charge of the will. You usually got this person in charge of the will because they're going to make things go smoother. You're not going to put your crazy son or your crazy daughter in charge of the will, in charge of money, because they're going to do away with it. And make sure you have a financial roadmap. You got to have a financial roadmap. You got to have the budget. You got to have something with savings, how much you're going to spend, how much you're going to give out, and how you're going to build the business from year to year. You need to have that, and your goals. You got to have that. Let me tell you this. Okay, we had a man in the community. He was in Bolton. He was further out. He won $10 million. And the news thing said, young man killed his side piece or his girlfriend, because he was married. He killed her, and he had won $10 million, and he had to use a public defender in 2 or 3 years, and he done won $10 million. I was trying to figure out what in the world he done spent $10 million on. So we need to remember that the income. You got to have more money coming in than going out, and and you can only spend money one time. You can only spend that money one time. You can't spend it this time and spend it that. It's gone. When you spend that, you can only spend money one time. You can only spend money one time. So I see my time is running out, so I'm going to wrap it up. We want to make sure that the generational wealth is still around for a legacy to the next generation, so we can make sure that we have a future for our children and our grandchildren. And we want to eradicate these statistics, because 70% of the second generation goes out of business. We want to get rid of that. We want everybody to stay in the business. And in the third generation, 90%. So by the time that third generation get over, it's not but 10% that's still in business. So let's be like the Jeffersons. Let's keep on moving up. And remember, like Donnie Simpson said, shoot for the moon. In case you don't make it, at least you'll be among the stars, because we all are stars. Thank you.
Hey, where is it? Here we go. Let's give another round of applause to Miss Melody Campbell from the Carolinas Home Care Agency. Another round of applause. We went all around the world. We did third and second generational wealth. We had some Jeffersons up in there. We met her kids. That was great, y'all. Okay. So I am very excited to introduce our next speaker. We're going to be circling back to our sponsors over at M&F Bank. And we're going to be talking to branch manager Demetrius Dorset. And he's going to be telling us today about how you can secure financing for your small business. And I'm really excited to bring him up right now. Let's give him a round of applause.
All right, let's give Dr. Nan and her team a round of applause. Isn't this a wonderful event? Are you all enjoying it? Yes, I know I am. Yes, indeed. All right, so I am Demetrius Dorset. I am the branch manager of Mechanics and Farmers Bank here in Greensboro. And today, like we already said, I will be talking about how we can help finance your business. I'm looking for somebody to... You just gave... All right, so here are a list of some financial resources. My shameless plug, of course, Mechanics and Farmers Bank is always a financial resource for you. I would suggest taking some notes here from these couple places that we have listed that can be financial resources. You all already have my card, I believe. So, like I said, we're a financial resource. The second place is the Institute. They're a nonprofit organization in Durham, and they specialize in financing minority and women-owned businesses. So their phone number's there. We also have the Small Business Technology Development Center. They're located all throughout the state of North Carolina. Their phone number's there. And then fourth, the Carolina Small Business Development Fund. Their phone number's there. I actually had the opportunity to meet some folks from the Carolina Small Business Development Fund this past week at an event that was here in East Greensboro. And they were letting me know, if you have businesses that you're not able to, secure financing for, reach out to us. So I would strongly suggest, if I'm not able to help out, then reaching out to the Carolina Small Business Development Fund to see what they can do to make things happen for your business. Can you move me to the next slide, please? Uh-oh. No? Okay. I have my laptop.
Mr. Dorset, 3 more minutes for that. Thank you so much. Move out of here. Get out of his way.
Okay. Mm-mm. Oh, there we go. Okay, so let's talk about some business lending options that we have available for small business owners. So I suggest every business owner to have a line of credit. And the reason I say that is because when COVID hit, so many businesses failed because they did not have a plan. And so, yeah. So a lot of businesses failed because they did not have a plan in place for the unexpected. When COVID hit, businesses no longer had working capital. So your business needs to keep running even when, things happen that are outside of our control. A line of credit gives you the flexibility and the convenience of being able to access cash quickly for any business purpose that you might have. So you have the ability to repay and reuse your line of credit as needed. Line of credit really just works like a credit card, honestly. So let's say, for instance, you have a line of credit for $50,000. You have you need roof work done on your business. You spend $10,000, so now you have $40,000 available. You can continue to use that 40 and repay, the amount that you've borrowed back. So, yeah, everyone needs a business line of credit. You can have an unsecured business line of credit, where we just use the assets from your business, or you can have a secured one where you can use like the property that you own or cash that you have available. So a couple different ways that we can look at business lines of credit, but every business owner needs a business line of credit. Okay. Equipment loans. So equipment loans are, of course, to purchase equipment for your business. It can be heavy duty equipment. It can be, small equipment. So business equipment loans that I've done in the past I've done them for of businesses. So towing companies, you can use equipment loans for like a fleet of vehicles. You can use a software company can use equipment loans to purchase computers for their business. Dentists and doctors' offices can use them for their equipment that they use in their medical offices. Of course, commercial mortgages are just that, used to secure the building for your business. Business credit cards, we know what credit cards are, so no need to go into any deep explanation of that. All right, so SBA loans, I won't spend too much time on SBA loans, but to give you a general idea of what SBA loans are, SBA loans are loans that are backed by the U.S. Small Business Administration. So they are backed by the federal government. And as an SBA lender, we provide loan options that help meet your whatever business goal your business has. So SBA loans feature low down payments, affordable financing, longer repayment terms, and fewer collateral requirements. So if you cannot secure traditional business funding from a bank, then you most likely want to sit down with your banker and find out some other options, other ways that we can look at it. All right. So this is a big question that most business customers have when they come into the office. What do we need to do to make this process happen? What forms of documentation do we need? So this is not going to be the answer every time for every customer. So things can change just depending on how your business type is set up. So a couple things, you want to have a balance sheet, an income statement, your federal tax returns, personal financial statement, and that's going to be for anyone who's at least 20% principal owner of your business, and then anyone that will be on the loan as a personal guarantor as well. And then those individuals' personal tax returns as well. Typically, we look for the last 3 years of tax returns and all of your financial statements. But the best suggestion is to schedule an appointment with your banker or one of the aforementioned entities that I gave you, so that they can walk you through the lending process. And if you've never applied, it is okay to get assistance with it. A lot of times we pass up on opportunities because we're afraid to open our mouths. And I've learned that, a closed mouth does not get fed. So I'm available. Jamaica's available. You all have our cards. Please do not hesitate to reach out to us if we can help you with the business lending process. Oh, there we go. All right. So a few suggestions here. For new businesses and entrepreneurs, start creating a business plan. We say all the time that this is the Bible for your business. You know, it's very necessary whenever you're first starting and when you're an entrepreneur. Connect with a bank. You need a good banker to be your advocate for financing. When you go to these big banks, they're looking at you as just another number. You want to create a relationship with your commercial banker. We're going to be able to be the ones to send a write-up to underwriting, letting them know what you're doing, what you're looking to obtain. A lot of times when your loan is sent to an underwriter without your business plan and without a write-up from your banker, they don't necessarily know, all the intricate details of your business and what you're actually looking to secure at the end of the day. So connect with a bank and connect with a good banker. Research accountants and bookkeepers. I know we've said this has been like a common recurring theme throughout the day. Don't just settle for any accountant and any bookkeeper. You want someone that is going to be willing to go to the bank and talk to your banker for you and with you. A lot of times as business owners, you may not know the banking side. You may not know the right questions to ask or the right things to say. So you want to secure those connections, outside as well. And also research attorneys whenever you're trying to decide what type of business account or what type of business you want to open, just to make sure that, with tax liabilities and things of that sort, that your business is set up properly. Yeah, so I think I kind of rushed through that. But yeah, so I'll give you some time back. But here's how you can reach me. My LinkedIn is there, my phone number, and the address of the bank here in Greensboro. Our website is mfbonline.com. If you go on to apply, you'll they ask if you're working with a banker already. You'll put my name in there. But this is how you can reach me. And that is all I have today. Anybody have questions? We do. Yes, we do. No, it does differ for every type of business, but we do. And those are sidebar conversations that we can certainly have, and I can make sure we get all the correct information for you. Yes, ma'am. So that's going to be a bank by bank thing. Right now, I know we asked for the last 3 years tax returns. Some banks ask for 2, some ask for 2 or 3. It's always it'll never hurt you to have more than what you need. So, but yeah, it's 2 or 3 typically. Yes, ma'am. Right. And to Jamaica's point, some folks have been in the same profession, but they're just starting their own. So we will look at what they've had prior to that as well. Yes, sir. Yes. Yeah, so it's going to differ for every business. Every business doesn't have the same needs. Certainly, business credit cards certainly can't hurt. Now a lot of business credit cards are offering rewards on your purchases as well. So I think that would be a good place to start for sure. Yes, but no, there's no right or wrong answer to that. I guess it's different for every business. Yes, sir. We do. So the biggest, our largest part of our portfolio is churches. So we're known for for helping churches.
Oh my goodness. We said we're going to do some networking. We just did it right there. You see how fast that was, y'all? Let's give another round of applause to Mr. Dorsett. Thank you so much. Came up here with the tie matching the backdrop, ready to go. Okay, so we are going to be talking to Miss Cheryl Perryman next, and I'm very excited about this because she is an accounting specialist and a money manager, and she is going to help talk to you about how equity ownership is going to bring your business to the next level. So let's go ahead and give a round of applause to Miss Cheryl Perryman, y'all. Let's clap it up. Let's clap it up. That was a sad clap. That was, come on. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. How's everybody doing? Wonderful, wonderful. This has been phenomenal. It has been phenomenal. And I'm kind of a churchy girl, so let's, if you will, let's just give everybody a hand because it has been phenomenal. My name is Cheryl Perryman, and I am from a little town called Whiteville. And it is a super town. It is a super town. And I'm sure Miss Melanie Campbell can attest to that. This is my husband, Jamil Perryman. And of course, he is an entrepreneur as well. He owns GDI Communication, and he is doing some really, really great things with GDI Communication. So this is a connection for you. If you're doing anything in your area, you can just contact my husband. But I do own 2521 Tax Services, and thank you for asking me what 2521 means. Thank you. Usually I do not tell it, but sometimes people are curious and they will ask me, how did you come up with 2521? And it's really simple. It comes from Matthew 25 and 21 that talks about being faithful over a few things, and I will reward you with larger things and bigger things. So when I started out, that was the mentality that I had, and that was the mindset that I had of despise not small beginnings. I will share this small story with you. I met Dr. Nan Johnson probably back in 2009, I think it was. And of course, at that time, I was pastoring. This was before I got married. I was pastoring, and she did our 501c3 for us. And I started doing just some little work here and there for her, helping her do taxes and helping her do bookkeeping and just, on and off, on and off. But when I decided to go back to school to get my degree in business and accounting, I called Dr. Nance up because it was a subject that I was taking and it was just really, really beating me down. And my husband said to me, why don't you call Dr. Nance? And of course, we live right around the corner from each other. And he said, why don't you call Dr. Nance? You know she know this better than the back of her hand. And so I called Dr. Nance up, and Dr. Nance, I said, could you please tutor me on just a couple of subjects? And so she said to me, yeah, come on, I'll do it twice a week, she said, for a couple of hours. So I said, okay, anything good. And after I got in there, I guess Dr. Nance saw the drive that was within me, and everybody needs somebody to see that in you to help pull it out of you. And she saw the drive in me, and she said to me one day I was there, she said, Cheryl, you know what? Since this is what you're going to be doing and you're going to make a career out of this, she said, why don't you just come in my office and start working for me and actually doing it hands-on, and it'll make so much more sense. So I said, okay, cool. Yeah, I'll do that. And she said to me, she said, well, I can't pay you much, but I will pay you something. And I was like, Dr. Nance, you don't have to worry about that. I'm not interested in all that. I just need what's in you. And I said all of that to say this, and that's another thing about despise not small beginnings and just being humble where you are. Because I said to her one day, I said, you know what, Dr. Nance, I said, it's not about what you can pay me if you can't pay me anything. The important thing is to me is gaining the wealth of knowledge that I'm receiving from you, that one day I'll be able to stand on my own and I can take that knowledge that I receive from you and apply it to my business. And I'm thankful today because here I stand as an entrepreneur, and she has been a phenomenal mentor, and she still is today. So will you please just help me celebrate Dr. Nance and her team that has put this on, Jeff? Awesome event. So I want to start with the power of owning equity. And there are so many things, so many different things that talks about owning equity. So there's just a little bit here and there that I'm kind of touching on, and then mine is sort of kind of twofold, because the other thing is Dr. Nance wanted me to kind of go into some of the inheritance that my family received from my father. So I'm just kind of entwining it in together. What is a secured loan? And I'm talking the difference between debt versus equity. And all of us know what a secured loan is, and that is backed up by collateral and financial assets that you own. What is an unsecured loan are loans that do not require collateral. Equity is an ownership interest in property that may be offset by the debts or other liabilities. What would you do if you won the lottery? That is one of the most common questions that we usually fantasize about. What will we do if we won the lottery? Receiving an inheritance can also feel like you actually won the lotto. What does it mean to gain sudden wealth? Gaining sudden wealth could mean that you are finally to the point that you can buy a home, that you can purchase land, that you can pay off all of your bills. But once we receive the sudden wealth, it is very, very vital that we know what to do and how to use that wealth. The difference between being rich and being wealthy. Did she find me? Yeah. There is a difference between being rich and obtaining wealth. Being rich, of course, is someone that basically they have a lot of money in the bank. They actually have maybe a 6-figure job. They make really good money annually. But the difference is with a wealthy individual, a wealthy person has a significant net worth. So what am I saying? The person that has a whole lot of money may not necessarily be wealthy. The person that has a whole lot of money may not necessarily be wealthy. Because the person that has a lot of money sometimes will actually have a negative net worth. Research indicates that a wealthy person tends to not only have money, but they have assets as well. They have more investments versus being rich. They may not have a lot of assets or the net worth. Managing and budgeting your money. The next slide. Managing money is accountability is key to managing your money. Managing and budgeting your money should be one of your top priorities. Now, when I was younger, because of course, we do crazy things when we're young. Been there, done that. And a lot of times I did not budget my money correctly. My father used to always tell us, he used to say, you cannot spend every dime that you get. And I was one, I just like to spend. I was the youngest out of 8 children. So, of course, need I go into any of that? But I just like to spend. Well, it's about like whenever you are living home with your parents, you'll turn on all the lights in the house. You'll leave the water running. Okay? When in the wintertime, you'll have the heat turned out, slam all the way up. And you used to hear your parents say, but you know what? When you get grown and you get out on your own, you'll be more conservative. And they used to tell us, turn off them lights. When you come out of the room, turn the lights off. When you come out of that room, turn the TV off. And we'd be like, but I'm going right back in there. Well, guess what? Now that I'm grown, because see, it costs to be grown. You got to pay to be grown. Okay? So now that I'm grown, I learned to turn the lights off. I learned to turn the water off. If I'm in the kitchen and I got to run back to another part of the house, whereas when I was home with my parents, I would leave it running. Leave the water running. I'd go wherever and come back. Now, I turn the water off. Why? Because next month I'm getting a water bill. Hello. I'm getting a water bill. So I'm trying to be more conservative now. So it is essential that we manage our money well. And I'm finding, even in being in the career that I'm in, when I talk to different people about budgeting, it's like sometimes with our community, we don't want you to tell us what to do with our money. Are some of y'all familiar with that? We don't really want you to tell us to do what to do with our money. So they won't listen as to how you can help them and how you can help them budget on a month-to-month basis, especially when you have been there and done that. And if we don't learn from our mistakes, they're learning for us, correct? Accountability is key when coming down to managing money. And it is already been said, connect with a professional, a financial professional, someone that can sit you down and be honest with you and tell you this, or advise you, this is what you need to do. I see right now that you have more bills than you have money. And that's hard. Been there, done that. And when you have more bills than you have money, then it's like you trying to figure out how they say rob Peter to pay Paul. that's hard. And I think probably some of all of us have been there in life. But once you know better, you do better. Okay? The other thing is research for lucrative investments. And this, of course, is whenever you come into wealth or you come into a lot of money, you want to find things to invest in. You want to find lucrative investments that basically you can find things that you will have residual income. I heard someone talking about investing in rental property. That was one of the things that my father brought us up on, because he had various rental property in the area and over in the other county, over in Bladen County. We was from Columbus County, but he had property over in Bladen County as well. And he always taught us people will always need somewhere to live. He always taught us people will always need somewhere to live. So when we was coming up, that was him. And when you kids, you're not really into that. But as time went on, it began to get in my spirit as to, what? A light bulb has finally come on, because people will, and you guys know that, will always need somewhere to live. So rental property, sometimes people think that it is a whole lot of money in it. Just depends on the situation. Because if you can get people in your property, and this is key, if you can get people in your property that will take care of it, then that's where you can see some income coming out of it. You can see a profit coming from it. But if you get people in your property that they do not care, I mean, knock holes in it, all the doors is off the hinges, and it's like, oh my God. And that actually happened to us. We had a family, and I mean, they just went through it, demolished it. But that's part of the program. That's part of it. You get some, you lose some. Okay? Next slide, please. One of the pros and cons of equity. Everything is equity. How much is equity worth? And I'm gonna just go over some of the pros of equity. Equity is really a broad subject, as I said. So it's just a few things that I'm going to touch on. A fixed interest rate with monthly payments for a fixed period of time is one of the pros of having equity. Lower interest rates than money from any other form of debt, and then large sums of money, meaning that you can pull equity out of your home, and that would give you a large sum of money. But it's very important that whenever you pull the money out of your home, that you don't pull all of the equity out of your home. I done the very first time I bought a home. I think I was 28 years old when I bought my first home. And when I went to refinance my home, I was just so excited. And I pulled all of the equity out of my house. And by me pulling all of the equity out of my house, whenever I needed something else or ran into hardship, I didn't have anything else there from. So it's very important that whenever you go to pull the equity out of your home, leave at least 15 to 20% of equity in your home, just in case you have to go back and borrow something, or if it's a thing that you want to actually start a business, then you'll have something to pull from your home that you can actually start that business without actually going out borrowing from another institution, or even borrowing from a family member or whatever. Because sometimes when we go to family members to borrow money, that can be a serious problem sometimes. Some of the cons is spending excess funding. And as I just stated, you don't want to pull out too much, because if you pull out too much, then of course that may increase your monthly payment. And then you don't want to get in over your head too deep in the water and we wind up going through foreclosure. And that was the thing. And I don't mind sharing it because, like I said, when you learn better, you do better. I went into foreclosure. So that was a big lesson for me. And I promised myself when I purchased another home that I would never pull out all of the equity in my home. And so, of course, the Lord allowed me to be able to purchase another home, and my husband and I have purchased a home. And that is one of the things that we always keep in mind, that we do not want to pull all of the equity out of our home and then wind up with a larger monthly payment that you cannot afford. Okay. And then you wind up too with a whole bunch of debt, because we talked about earlier that wealthy people, they don't necessarily have a whole lot of debt. They don't necessarily have a whole lot of debt. So you want to just kind of be careful in that area. I am actually going to skip down to, let's see. Just real quick, this is just a calculation. I'm going to get this right, y'all. This is just an equity calculation. And of course, I think Miss Lisa talked about this earlier. If your house value at $300,000, you have paid in $150,000, so you have $150,000 left in equity. And then, of course, I talked earlier that you want to leave at least about 15 to 20% equity in your home. So this brings me to the second part of my presentation, passing the torch. This man here was the love of my life before I got married. And this is my father, Bishop L.E. Best from Whiteville. He was born in 1924. Being born in 1924, he actually went through the Great Depression. And that was, of course, from years 1927 through 1941. And in that time, after the Great Depression, and he, was able to come through that, he built 5 churches from the ground. He actually worked as a custodian, and he was just such a wise man, such a wise man. And he was able to build his churches from the individuals that he worked for back then. So he was such a friendly man, and the people in the community that he worked for, which was some of the wealthy Caucasians and some of the wealthy Jews in Columbus County, is who my father worked for. So whenever he got ready to build any of his churches, they always would donate the lumber to him. So that's how he was able to build those churches. And then later on in his life, he went to school and became an accounting major. And one of the things that my siblings and myself, we used to always say to ourselves, how in the world can this man keep up with everything? He did not have a bookkeeper at all. He was his own bookkeeper. He didn't believe in it. You know, back then, they didn't want you in their monies back then. And my father, I remember when the computers first came out and began to be really popular, the thing that my father would always say, I don't want my business in those computers. Y'all are not putting my business in those computers. And then he used to tell us, he said, one of these days, them same computers gonna blow up in y'all face. And truthfully, if we really look back and think of some of the things that is on social media today, in a sense, it has, in a sense, just really just blew up in our faces. I wanted to show and just some of the property that he left us, his children, and that we inherited. This here is our home place where I was born and raised. At some point in time, my stepmother actually was living here. And of course, it was like the maintenance on it was a little too much for her. So she decided to move. And when she moved, of course, she went ahead and signed the property over to me, which it was mine because he left it in his will, of course, that the property, she could live there as long as she lived, or if she got married again, she had to vacate. So, so the old man wasn't having nobody else living up in his house. So, but what happened was, like I said, it was too much maintenance for her. So she just decided to go ahead and, release the property. So when she released the property, of course, there was things that needed to be done to the house. And of course, instead of and the property is paid for. So instead of me going out, borrowing or financing the house, I decided, along with my husband, whatever needed to be done, we would go through room by room and make those renovations. Because my biggest thing is, and I cherish what our father left for his children. I think I heard somebody say earlier that these young people now, they'll just sell it. I think that was Miss Melody was saying, by the second or the third generation, there is nothing. Well, I cherish it because I look back at, he worked so hard. He worked hard in life so that he leave his family up. I've had people come trying to buy the property. You can't hardly see this, but this here is a piece of land, mobile homes and actual houses are on, and this is in Columbus County as well. So this is another piece of property that we inherited, which was where the rental property is. And we've had people trying to buy that land. And my biggest thing is, along with my siblings, as I stated before, he worked really hard and he came through hard times to leave a legacy for his family. When he passed away in May of 2006, he was 81 years old. If he was still living, this year he would be 9 years old. And we still have his legacy going today. We refuse to sell. I think I heard Reverend in the corner was talking about his mom's home, and I think that would just be something amongst his family, the siblings, if that's something that they decide to do. But we have made a conscious decision. We want to be able to build on what he left us, because a lot of us, some of us don't get that opportunity, that our parents work hard to leave a legacy for us, for our community, I would say. So like I said, we've had people trying to buy it. One of my brothers, he is one of those that he wanted, and he wanted now. And he actually was trying to get me to sell the property, our home place. And I told him, I said, no, I don't think I want to do that. I don't think I want to sell our home place, because that's something that he left for us. And I want to be able to build on that. At one point in time, my husband and I, we were going to move into the house. And I said to my husband, I said, I think it would be more lucrative if we made a business out of that home versus us moving in it. So that's where we actually are today. We're actually in the process of making business out of my home place, building on the wealth that he left us. And the thing I said earlier, I was telling you that he was a very wise man, because when he passed away, and my brother at the time became the executor, and we sat at the table with the lawyer, we discovered he didn't owe any. When he left, when he died, he did not owe not one single part. So it wasn't a thing that we had to wind up selling property to pay creditors. And he left a whole lot of debt behind because he didn't leave anything. So I'm thankful that what he left, we still have it. The monies that he left, we was able to get that, and we didn't have to go out and sell things. Okay. And this is my information. And I have some cards that I can pass out to you as well. Okay. Thank you.
Let's give it up one more time for Miss Cheryl Perryman and 2521 Tax Services. There we go. There we go. And also, let's give a quick round of applause to GDI Communications for helping us have this beautiful presentation and helping y'all hear all of us. So, Ms. Perryman said something about cutting off the lights, and I felt targeted because I am guilty of that. So we have one more speaker for the afternoon, and we are certainly having him last, but he is definitely not least. Now, this speaker is actually the former mayor of Bolton, and he's going to be talking to us about managing budgets and how you can excel in a rural ecosystem. I want you all to give a big round of applause to Mr. Frank Wilson.
Okay, yes, I'm Frank Wilson. I'm former mayor of Bolton. I was mayor of Bolton for 20 years, but I've been in politics for almost 40 years, and I still work with the town doing budgets and finance. My nephew came home a couple of months ago, and he was telling me that he used to be a surgical technician, and he was in a recovery room with a white gentleman who was recovering from surgery. And as the man was recovering from surgery, he was sitting there in his white stirrups. And the man opened his eyes and looked at my nephew. My nephew said to him, "Welcome to heaven." And the man said, "Is this heaven?" Nephew said, "Yes, this is heaven." He said, "Well, what are you doing here then?" So what am I doing here? I'm here to wrap things up. I'm not going to keep you long. A lot that's been said already. It's in my presentation. We're going to talk a little bit about the business startups, how you can grow them, and marketing a little bit. Okay. Now, let's face it, starting a business is no piece of cake. Now, is it? There's so much that has to be done. That's why a business startup checklist is essential to help you keep track of everything. All right? With so many moving parts that need to be taken care of, you need a resource that can help you take care of it all. That said, now I'll give you an in-depth startup checklist that will come in handy when you're starting your business. Okay. First, you need to do a market research. Is that right? You don't sell, well, I won't go there. There's certain things you don't sell on the chitlin circuit, right? So you got to identify your customers, your ideal customers. Starting a business without understanding your customers is a big mistake. Gathering demographic information early on can help you reduce risk, as your company will just be an ideal. You can ask yourself the following questions in order to understand your ideal customer better. The need. Who are the people that you really need who are the people that really need your product or services? Demand. Who demands your product or services? Location. Where do your ideal customers reside? Economic indicators. What's the employment status and income range of your target group? Market saturation. How many similar products and services are already available in the area? Pricing. Now, how much are your ideal customers willing to pay for your products and services? Then you need to research the existing players. You may know some of your top competitors, but you may not know the mid to small scale businesses that offer similar products and services. Existing sources can save a lot of time and energy but the data may not be as specific as you want it or need. Or if you want to conduct the research yourself, you can start by asking customers directly through surveys, questionnaires, in-depth interviews, etc. Then you need to find a competitive advantage. What's the advantage of your product? You can gain competitive insight by studying the activities of firms vying for your customers. You can perform competitive analysis. You might want to include on your analysis the following. What's the market share? What's the strength and weakness? The opportunity for your business to enter the market. Any threat that you may face to capture your customers. The level of importance of the target market to your competitors. Secondary or indirect competitors who have or can gain market share. Next, you need to analyze the industry landscape. Often it is possible, that several companies are competing to serve the same market that you are targeting. That's why it's important to find those businesses. Next, and it's been said, you need to create a business plan. That's almost, if you want to get funding, you better create a business plan. Now, there are two types of business plans. Creating a business plan talks about how you're going to carry out your business operation and scale your business. It should also cover your financial plan and projections. This will come in handy when you're looking for funding. Business plans are categorized into two segments, traditional and lean. Traditional business plans. This plan is the most widely used model and requires detailed information in a standard structure. Included in a traditional business plan is the executive summary, the company's description, market study, the company's structure and management strategy, product or service lines, marketing and sales strategies. Now, the lean startup plan uses a standard structure but is less common. A lean plan may be a good choice if you want to establish or describe your business quickly. Your business is relatively simple, or you want to revise your plan frequently. Included in a lean business plan is the competitive analysis, key partnerships, the value proposition, customer relationship segment, sales and marketing channels, cost structure, revenue streams, financial projections, yes. Okay. Then you need to calculate your startup costs. Generally, the startup costs should include the following: the office furniture, equipment and material, inventory handling, utilities, communications, insurance, license and permits, legal and accounting, human resources and expense, customer acquisition costs, and market research costs. Next slide. Okay. Next, you need to brand your business. You need to come up with a name that's unique, memorable, and easy to spell. A logo, a message, and other branding elements. Branding ensures that your audience remember your business with ease. Included in branding is the name and the logo, the style, the guideline, the color scheme, mission and vision, and the differentiators. What's the difference between my business and your business. Next, you need to register that business. You need to register. Based on the type of business structure you choose, the business registration process will differ. Now, if you're going to start an LLC or LLP, that's one of the lower costs. You can start those up fairly easily at a lower cost. And it's not as much liability on you as an individual. The liability lies with the company. Now, with a partnership, financial obligations are split between the partners, and profits are also shared. Sole proprietorship indicates that you are the company, and all assets and liabilities are yours. Corporation is a distinct entity that owns all the company assets and liability. Next, you need to get your EIN, which is the Employee Identification Number. The Employee Identification Number is your company's federal tax identification number that is necessary to pay taxes, apply for a business license, and hire employees. Next slide. And I heard the bankers talking about opening bank accounts to separate that money. No commingling personal finances. This is for sending and receiving funds. You must open a company's bank account. This is essential to ensure that your personal and business finances are separate. Business accounts should include your ID, your employee identification number, your business formation document, and the ownership agreements. Next, you need to get licenses and business permits. Now, there are different types. You got federal license, you got state license, sales tax license, local license. There's a variety of licenses that you will have to get. Now, if you're going to open up a investing firm, you're going to have to work with the Security and Exchange Commission. If you're going to be in the preparation of food and meat products, you need to talk to the Food and Drug Administration. If you're going to, well, I don't want to say it like that, manufacture drugs, the Food and Drug Administration. And if you're in broadcasting, the Federal Communication Commission. Now, if you're going to sell alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, of course, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. If you're going to start a transportation company, of course, it is the Department of Transportation. All of those folks, those are federal agencies that you have to deal with. State license, they differ from state to state. So the requirements might be different. So you would have to, and the requirements are different from state to state and from occupation and profession. So to find the requirements for your business, you should contact the respective state agencies. Sales tax permit. When you're operating in a certain state, you might have to collect and pay sales tax on the goods or services. In North Carolina, you have to pay sales tax, correct? So you can find out whether you're required to do so by checking with the state revenue department. Business license. Most cities and towns and counties require businesses to obtain a business license. This license allows the company to operate in the specific city or county. I was mayor of Boulder for over 20 years, and many folks had to come to us for business license. They came to us for sanitary license, water and sewer, and those type of things. So each town, each city is different. Legal services. Now, you don't have to employ a bunch of lawyers or spend thousands of dollars to get fantastic legal support. Small to medium-sized businesses can get outstanding legal assistance from business consultants. Bookkeeping as well. Doing startup data entry is often neglected, and documents that are needed to finish reports are often lost or misplaced. In such cases, business consultants can provide businesses with a team of bookkeepers to maintain accounts and financials. What is strategic adaptability? Strategic adaptability is a planned ability to react effectively when business and environment factors change unexpectedly. COVID-19. All right. Many companies do a good job planning how to operate when things work out as expected. Businesses that survive in the long run often plan for flexibility in response to the unexpected. Providing quality products and services. So how do you provide quality products and services? First, you need to know your product. And you need to maintain a positive attitude. I declare, I just love the way Miss Melody was up here. You could tell she loved her job. And she was excited about it. She was positive about it. You need to creatively problem solve, respond quickly, personalize your service, help customers help themselves, focus support on the customer, actively listen, actively listen, actively listen. Be proactively helpful. Quality. How do you maintain quality? First, you need to understand what quality is. You need to build a solid product strategy. Implement a quality management system. Make quality a part of your company's culture. Perform products and market testing. And always strive for quality. You need to know your workforce. There are 3 types of workforce. Well, I got 4. 4 types. You got unskilled, does not require any specialized training. You wouldn't put them in the job as a lawyer. Semi-skilled, usually having some high school diploma, but no college. You have the skill that requires specialized training, and then you have the professionals, requires a specific amount of advanced education and training. Marketing. I think it's already been talked about, but I just want to touch on it again about marketing. Marketing is one of the most effective means of maintaining and growing your business. The goal of marketing is to identify the ideal customer for a particular product or service, and then promote that item in a way that captures these customers' interests. The first step to marketing is making sure that you have a solid product or service to sell and a presentable representation of that product or service. The 2 most commonly used forms of marketing is traditional marketing, and such as traditional marketing is like print marketing, direct mail, videos, television, and radio. But we're in the digital age. So with digital marketing, which includes various forms of social media, emails, blogs, search engines, etc. But you need to use both of those the traditional and the marketing together to increase brand awareness and promote sales. I want to just highlight a couple of businesses in our area. And had I been thinking, I would have put Miss Melody on this list. Because these are successful businesses that, because they use these methods, that they had these checklists, that's why they are successful like they are. That's why she's successful like she is. Now, Andy Anderson, who couldn't be here, he was the founder of and CEO of Community Innovations, another healthcare provider in the Whiteville area. He helped start up this small business and develop it into a major healthcare provider with hundreds of employees in North and South Carolina. We have another friend who I invited, but he wasn't able to be here, Chris Simmons. He's owner of Simmons Public Works, which is a major public works and paving contractor located in Dothan, North Carolina, serving North and South Carolina. He does millions of dollars worth of work. Reuben Freeman, that's my wife's first cousin. Y'all might know him. Some of you might know Reuben. Freeman and Associates is a major general contractor in the Raleigh area. He and his wife, Anna, turned a small construction firm into a multi-million-dollar business, building McDonald's in North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia. He has built several McDonald's right here in the Greensboro area. Gary's Pistol McLean, he's the owner of the Capefield Turf in Council, North Carolina. Provides sods for golf courses, housing development, business developments, and etc. This multi-million-dollar business has been in existence for over 20 years. He's also an accomplished writer. Some of the younger folks is coming along. Brian Graham, he's an electrical contractor in Bolton, who's expanding his electrical business to include a 100-unit house development. And Daniel Brown, he's on Bolton Town Board. He started with a trailer park. Now he's building single-family units within the Bolton community. Who's that said, it don't matter where you start, but where you end up. And all of these folks have done outstanding jobs. So what do all these businesses have in common? They are all owned by Black men. They were all raised in the area that is in close proximity to each other. And they range in age from 50 to around 70. And they are all using this method similar to what I've presented to you today. In summary, funding for much of this startup business can be attained, and you've already heard, through SBA, through Mechanicals and Farmers Bank. But the Rural Center, and Andy Anderson asked me to tell you this, the Rural Center has money that's available for startup businesses. It's called Thread Capital. It's at the North Carolina Rural Center, and it's available into every county. To every county. There's other funds that's available. And they also asked me to tell you that he's in support of all Black businesses, and he's on the board of directors at the Rural Center. Would love to help anyone that's starting a business and want to grow their business. He would be glad to give them technical advice, which is also offered at the Rural Center. In summary, starting a business involves planning, making key financial decisions, and completing a series of legal activities. I hope that this information that I've shared with you today will help you to start the process of setting up your business and enable you to maintain and grow your investments. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wilson. Let's give another round of applause to former Mayor Frank Wilson, everybody. Now, I hope everybody was actively listening. Okay, y'all. Now we have one more panel, then we're going to be wrapping it up for the day. So can I get the last four speakers? Can I get y'all right here so we can do our final Q&A panel and answer any burning questions that we have really quickly, folks? And while we have our final four speakers come to the panel, I just want to take a minute to give some thanks to everybody, because there was a lot of folks that made today happen and made today flow. So I just want to take a moment to thank Dr. Nan. Let's give a round of applause to Dr. Nan Johnson, everybody. There we go. And I also want to thank her team, Miss Denise E. Smith, and then also Miss Jackie Hampton. Thank you so much to all of them for putting that together. We appreciate you. So we're just going to be right over here. And I know that there was a question from the last panel. So if that person is still here, if you want to go ahead and ask that, we can get that knocked out as well. And so what I'm going to do is I will hand you folks the mic, and if you can just give a quick introduction of who you are and where you're representing, and we can jump right into this. And I also want to give a quick reminder, we're going to be doing some one-on-one business consulting right here tomorrow. So if you want to bring in your business plan, we'll have folks here that can help you work through that and set you up for success. So I'm going to go ahead and hand this over to Mr. Dorsett.
All right. Demetrius Dorsett with Mechanics and Farmers Bank. I'm the branch manager of the Greensboro location.
I'm Melody Campbell. I own Carolina Sun Care Agency in Whiteville, North Carolina.
Frank Wilson, retired, former mayor of the town of Bolton.
Cheryl Perryman owns 2521 Tax Services.
My biggest challenge. Keeping good staff. Sometimes I think that's the my biggest challenge at first, because when I first started out, we used to have to hire, these young girls, at school. They wasn't working real good. But what happened is all the plants closed down where I was. The Ithaca, all the plants closed down. And then and everybody was going to school to be a certified nursing assistant then when the plants closed down. And then I got the best people in town and the best people in the near communities, because they came in, they've been working 20 years. They went to work every day. They was on time every day. I didn't have no problem. They did what they were supposed to do when they came to work. They left when they were supposed to do instead of leaving early, and they can cook. I had, some of the older people were saying, these young people can't cook either. They can't cook. And somebody said, I remember one man, they can't even cook no hash. I didn't really know what that was at the time either, because I was in my early 20s. I didn't know what that was. But that was my biggest challenge at first. But the community, the surrounding towns wrapped their arms around me because I was a Black business in town, and I've gotten a lot of support. I still have a lot of support now. I don't even advertise or market anymore because I have the support. Everybody know who we are and what we do. So I don't really even advertise. But that was my biggest challenge. That was my biggest challenge at first.
Also the community's needs, and how small business owners can find what that intersection is of figuring out what the community needs, but also being in alignment with your beliefs and what you want to accomplish, and how you find that.
Well, I usually stay on the board of what we do now. I usually stay on a lot of the boards, and once you're on the boards, they keep you on the boards. And what happened was when new stuff come out, and you're on these boards for the services you do, you learn of the new services coming out. And what I usually try to do is I try to jump ahead. I go ahead when I know if it's coming down the pipeline, and I know before everybody else. I get ready. I get ready, and then I'm ready to go. We sit down. We do the budget the year before. I was training my girls, on the budget this year and how to make goals and how we grow. And we also ask the clients, and we also get surveys, and we do the surveys. And one of some of the questions are, what do you need? What do you need us to do for you? What can we do better? What can we do different next time, to meet your needs? And that's what I do. And I stay friends with everybody. I stay friends with everybody. Especially, if you're working where they give me the referrals at, I make friends, I stay in tune. I do a lot of work. A lot of business owners, they got everybody else doing their work. I'm working too. I'm working too. Is that right, Mrs. Spalding? I'm working too. I'm working every day too. I'm working on the weekends. If they have a complaint, I'm there. I'm making sure that, or concern, I'm making sure that their concerns get taken care of, and we do a lot of stuff we take our people to Florida. We do a lot of extra stuff, get them a lot of extra money than, other companies do. And then everybody, wants to come to us. I mean, we get so many referrals now, it used to, and I hear people say, well, we don't get no referrals. I don't even say nothing, because we're getting referrals. And I mean, several, 5, 6, 7 a week. We're in the process, we just take who we want. We just take who we want now, and who we don't want, we just say, well, we don't want them. Because a lot of times now, they're difficult. Some people are difficult. So that's how we ask them what they want, what we need, and what we can do better.
Dr. Nancy, will you answer?
So what I found to be one of the biggest struggles with the clients that come in, for whatever reason, our folks associate a Black-owned bank with the idea that they can come to us and have terrible credit, not have their finances in order, not have any financial documentation, and think that we can make it happen. We're still a bank. So so I don't know where that ideology has come from, but so I find it helpful that I'm able to inform them this is what we need to do to move forward. I can't make this loan happen for you right now. We got to get some things in order, but it's a moment that I'm able to educate our clients in that time.
Yeah.
So we're typically looking at about 15 to 20% down. That's pretty standard, but every situation is different. We look at everything that you have going on personally, and then with the church as well. So it varies, but I'd say 15 to 20% is pretty standard.
But this is the first year we did. Well, last year that we did the 110. We always did 100%. And like if you put $2,000 in, we put $2,000 in. You put $1,500 in, we put $1,500 in. To break it down like that, And I told them that this was a win-win situation. This was more than a raise. And then they put them in different stocks and bonds, and that's how it grows. But we've been matching 100%. But this year we did 110. So 5, 6, 10. Yeah. Honey, a lot of them don't even want to do $50 a month. Seriously. Yeah. Yeah, but when we first started out, we could only match maybe like 10 or 15% though. But the last 15 years, we've been doing 100. And this past year, we did 110. But yeah, it's good. But we find that a lot of our African Americans won't sign up for it. Because they got to get their hair done, their nails, and seriously, this is and they go out to eat every single day. That money that you spend for 1 week going out to eat, you can invest in your future. And I even because I have good examples. Some of the older people from before, some of them didn't even have insurance, but when they died, they had their 401k. So they had money. They had money saved up, and they used that to do that. And I had and some of the people that's in the 401k. I'm just one of my workers. She just got some money out last month. It used to be that you had to be they was foreclosing on your house or something, but she got some money out. She's gonna get her a BBL. You know what that is? Brazilian butt lift. Okay, so whatever you want to do. But yeah, they don't have. They're not thinking about. A lot of us are not thinking about our future. They're thinking about the here and now.
Well, see, when I was mayor for 20 years, and everybody thinks that the mayor know everything. So I didn't know everything, but I tried to learn a lot so that I could be of help to everyone that needed help. That was my basics for even getting into politics, so that I could help somebody. And so when a person would ask me a question that I didn't know, I would try to find the answer. And that's the way I operated. That's the way I still operate. You asked, was I still retired? No, because still folks are still coming to me asking me questions. But I work for the mayor. I actually work for the mayor that I train. And but it's important that we pass this stuff on and learn as much as we can, as long as we can, so that we can pass it on and build those legacies that we were talking about.
And one of the biggest things that I have found out working in the tax business, there is a lot of people that come to me and they really do not understand why they're not, say, receiving EIC, the Earned Income Credit, or why they're not getting this type of credits for whatever. And I've learned that a lot of the individuals, they say that the person that was doing their taxes before never explained whatever to them. And I'll use this for an example. I actually had a Caucasian that came to me a few weeks ago, and he said that the person that was doing his taxes charged him like $2,000 to do his taxes, and he did not understand anything as to why from A, B, C to D. He didn't understand anything. And I sat him down and I told him that this is why you're not getting the earned income credit. And a lot of times, what I will do, because I don't like for them to sometimes some people sometimes they'll take for instance that you're just telling them something just to get them on a way, off of you. But a lot of times I like to go to the IRS website and actually find it and print it off for them so that they can actually see it in black and white, and that it's not something that I'm just saying. This is the law. This is what the IRS is requiring. And then another instance, I had a lady that was in my office this week. Today is what? I'm mixed up. Today is Thursday. Earlier this week, she was really adamant about, why am I not getting the earned income credit? And somebody else did her taxes last year, so she's a new client for me this year. And of course, the same thing that happened to her last year happened again this year. And it was because she was over the threshold to receive the earned income credit. And a lot of times they think just because they got dependents and they made this and this came out of their check or whatever, they just take for granted they're going to get this big return, this big refund. But it doesn't work like that. And I find that a lot of people in our community, they really do not understand. And so I try to take it upon myself to really sit them down and explain to them that they will understand this is why this is happening, so that they're a clear understanding as to what's really going on with their taxes. And one other thing I heard Miss Lisa say about the withholdings. Another thing that I'm finding out, that a lot of our community, they don't understand now. If they don't, I think it happened back in 2017 when the law changed. They don't understand if they do not have enough federal or state coming out of their check. That, I mean, they got it all during the year, but they're actually looking for it, this big refund at the end of the year, and it's not happening anymore. So the thing that I am sitting my clients down and advising them, look, you need to go back to your employer and fill out another W-4 and tell them how much more you want to come out of your check so that you can get some of it back at the end of the year.
Yes, I am Thomas Harris. I'm Franklin Wilson pastor. I'm also an entrepreneur. Um, when it comes to what you're putting in, through IRS, as far as them denying what you've been putting in, is there a code or a statement that would help an individual who is in business to have their write-offs allowed?
Is there a code?
Yeah.
No, there's not a code. Basically, if they are an entrepreneur and they have a Schedule C, because that's what we do for them when they're in business, we just go on there and put in whatever their expenses are. It goes on that Schedule C form, and those are the deductions that they get for their expenses.
Uh, let's say someone is in the real estate business. They have real estate that's, let's say the individual buys a yacht, a they're using that to show the property that is on the water, yet RS denies that loan. Is there a way to prove to the IRS that this boat is used for this particular entity?
Dr. Nance is going to answer that question for you. My why is because, again, there are some things that our community do not understand when it come down to taxes, or even I'm finding that a lot of my monthly clients are new entrepreneurs, and a lot of times I find that they are like opened up or started out like as a LLC, and they don't understand that there are different requirements that come behind being a LLC. Even something as simple as paying their annual filing fee to be a LLC. They don't understand. They just pay the one, I think it's like $125 to actually open it up. And then after that, they just go on and on and on and on and on, and they never pay that annual fee. And then the next thing they know, the yes, thank you, it's actually resolved, and the state dissolved, and the North Carolina Secretary of State, they will actually dissolve it themselves, and next thing you know, you're getting a letter. So just things of that nature to help my community be able to even budget where they wasn't. And if they will listen and take the advice, then I feel like that there's things that I can help them in when it come down to financials and budgeting different things in their monthly benefits, all of that I can give back to my community by helping them, and they don't have to go to the other community that really don't care, and they're just taking their money or whatever, because it's not about that. It's about helping people get to the next place that they need to go. That's my why.
I'm glad you asked that question. What is my why? Well, my father was a minister also, like Cheryl's. My son is a minister. My brother was a minister. I have several ministers in my family. But my father was also an advocate for black folks. He marched on Washington. His brother was the first African American mayor in the state of South Carolina. We are kin to Mary McLeod Bethune. So we have a legacy in my family that goes deep. And it's not, I'm trying to keep it up. It's ingrained in me to continue to help people. I just can't help it. I got the can't help it. So I will continue to help as long as the Lord allow me to. Because I'm 70 years old and I've seen everything. I was born during the Korean War. I've seen a lot. The marches on Washington, the Kennedy assassination, segregation. I remember when I was in school doing a little short program, and they asked us to go out and talk to one of the leaders in the community. And I went out to Bolton to talk to the magistrate, and I asked him a question, and it was a simple question. I asked him, "How is the relationship amongst the races?" And he said to me, pardon me, well, I'm telling you, but this is what he said. He said to me, we treat everybody alike. We don't treat our niggas no worse than we treat anyone else. I took that on back to the college. I told him exactly what he said. But it's still sticking to me today too, because that's what he thought of us. And if he was thinking like that, still calling us names and wasn't doing things that was necessary, wasn't providing the services. Bolton didn't have a water system, a sewer system. Our houses was dilapidated. And so we, my father and other leaders in the community, they got together and they started electing black mayors. I'm the third. I was the third black mayor of Bolton. And we started seeing things, we started doing some things, but we were behind the ball. Everyone was ahead of us. We still had toilets, outdoor toilets, but we had to do some things, and that will stick with you. And you never want to let it go. You always want to improve anyone's condition when you can and if you're able. And I feel like I'm still able, and I'm gonna still do as long as I can. Thank you.
My why is short and sweet. I love what I do. I love the people that I'm around. I love the clients. I love the people, and I just like helping people. And I try to make them feel good, and I just love it. This is what I was meant to do.
So I'll echo what everyone has said. I truly enjoy being able to help others. Growing up, I did not learn financial literacy. I remember in my freshman year of college, I had 6 credit cards, and I was a part-time floating teller. That's when I started I think I was a sophomore, but either way, I had 6 credit cards, a part-time job. How am I paying this stuff back? And I saw other young African American males in the same situation as myself. So I wanted to go into teaching. I wanted to teach high school English. I changed my major. I was able to pull myself out of that situation, but so I still teach, but now I teach financial literacy, and I want to be able to make sure I can help young folks that look like me, overcome obstacles that they don't have to go through. So that's my why.
The reason why I really asked the question, is there hope for the IRS for those who are looking to gain some financial, part of that financial literacy? I heard Colin Dennis talk about this code 262 being the pursuit of gaining money. And she used that model because of the actual Caucasian lady who had purchased a yacht to go around and show people the waterfront property. She went through all kinds of ordeal, and finally, the IRS wrote her a letter and said that we see where the buying of this yacht was certainly a part of the business model, so that they allowed that kind of.
I had with my accountant. He's kind of retired, but his business stayed on because he's whoever is still working in his office. But anyway, he had emailed me probably about 2 weeks ago, and he said that he needed a letter because he had a Winnebago. Because they're from Greensboro. He bought a Winnebago, and he was wanting me to tell him that he brought it down there to use it and do taxes, and he did bring it to my business, and he did do people at my business taxes right there. It was nice though. It was nice. It looked like a house, and it was big. I could see why they was questioning, why he wouldn't use that, because it was really nice. Then he went on down somewhere else. I think he was using it for something else too, but he was using it for business.
One thing that Black and Brown Founders specifically is doing within communities. And we're doing the financial planning tomorrow. And we have the food camp workshop where you can work with an individual to help teach you those skills that maybe you don't have, or Maybe you have more literacy, but you need a little help. Like those are the tools that we are giving folks, and I implore everyone, if you can't make it tomorrow to the one-on-one coaching session, take a snap that QR code I've been pushing all day and check out the events. Check out what we're doing in Philly on October 7th, because that's kind of what this is all building up to. Was there a question over here?
Yes, this is for me. In the history of the market of gold, you keep up with the gold market. In investments in gold in the past 20 years has skyrocketed, and I did, in a little gold, the gold itself. And also, if it continues, I was wondering if you have read about the market of gold and the future of where it's projected to go. Do you have any insight on that? I have none. Somebody else has. As a retired educator, Dr. Mann, it was great to see you again because Dr. Mann was a pioneer when I was principal, and we trailblazed some of the programs in Columbus County. Dr. Mann and I did, and but also for young investors, I started taking a look at cash app investing. If you haven't looked at cash app, have you taken a look at the young children all do cash apps, and you can invest in cash apps, and you can invest as much as $1 in on cash app, but you can invest up to thousands of dollars on cash app. And have you taken a look at, because all the children and upcoming are doing this online and doing it instantaneously, and you get to see daily where your market has gone in cash app. Just a little feedback from you on that. All right.
I think he said he really didn't know, but Reverend Harris knows about the gold stuff.
There is a company that has been calling me, texting me, called GSI, Gold Silver Investment. Long before this time, I think it was back in 2004, I learned about trading options on the market. Gold, the standard of gold, was taken off the dollar. 1971, Richard Nixon. So what happened was, gold, the dollar was not backed by the gold. So now, fast forward, we have investments such as Bitcoin. Bitcoin, they ran a man out of the country back when he wanted people to be paid by commodities. But it was called Bitcoin way back then. It was 1887, somewhere in there. With the investments that are out here now, with Cash App, with Bitcoin, you have other coins that are out there, Dogecoin and whatnot. The government now has decided to jump in on this when before they had ruled it unlawful in America. Now it's a way to tax us, and if it's not sheltered like it ought to be in the metals, such as the gold, the silver, the platinum, the metal, then people are going to be in trouble. And many are in trouble now because I think the tax law changed about 4 or 5 years ago as far as with the Bitcoin. But if you're back with gold or any of those metals, then you are protected to a certain extent.
And my last comment, I guess, would be when I retired, I was looking for a company that was stable. And I work now with Carolina's Home Care, and I've been with The only thing that I've learned about option trading and all of the jargon that's out there, one thing they say is that if you're not willing to lose a certain amount, then don't bother. But if you are thick-skinned, you know, you go in with the market being up, down, sideways, standing still, you still can garner funds off of the markets that are out there. And what we learn as a people to put our fear on the shelf, then we can invest the 1%. I've heard the 10%, the 30%, but the 1% are the ones that are really garnering. One person in kind is Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett put the dollar against the euro, and that's how he made his billions of dollars. When the dollar went down, the euro went up. He did it on the bull, the bear market. Bear means the market is going down. Bull means the market is going up. So we have to learn that information that's out there. And the risk is doing it and you don't know what you're doing. But if an 8-year-old can trade on the market for options, what about the rest of us? It's just a matter of having the knowledge.
Were there any final questions for our panelists before we wrap up? Okay. Well, thank you again to our panelists for these questions and answers. One more thing before we all head out. If you have not already, please be sure
to fill out that survey that we handed out, and if you can just hand it to the ladies outside before you leave, we would greatly appreciate it. We want to give a thank you again to our sponsors, M&F Bank and Black Squirrel. We appreciate you greatly for making this happen. And again, it's all about the why. We will be here again tomorrow for one-on-one financial planning. If you want to come through, please do. And we will see you October 7th in Philadelphia for the satellite event. And we will have a class on cryptocurrency then. Thank you so much, y'all.